In the autumn of 1872, when the first frost laced the hills of Essex County, a long red brick institution opened its doors under the name Danvers State Lunatic Asylum. Locals simply called it the Ridge. Its chimneys rose higher than any steeple, exhaling a thin white smoke that smelled of boiled linens and something sweeter, like milk left too long in a locked room. They said it was a place for the afflicted, a refuge for minds undone by grief or drink or inheritance. But the townspeople watched its windows with an unease they could not name. Each narrow pane glinted dark at dusk, as if the building itself were watching back. Some nights, a thin, wavering chant drifted down from the gables. No language anyone recognized, just syllables strung together like stitches in a wound no surgeon could close. Before we get too far into this story, where are you joining us from tonight, and what hour has found you? Leave a note in the comments below, so we'll know exactly how far their voices have reached. Covered wagons arrived at dawn, each bearing passengers whose names were quietly erased before they crossed the threshold. Pale cloth bound their wrists to hide the trembling that never stopped. Among them, a woman called Abigail Dorsey was committed for melancholia after neighbors found her kneeling in her garden, pressing her palms into the earth as she hummed lullabies to rows of empty cradles she had carved into the soil. Attendants lifted her through the great iron doors, while she whispered the same sentence, "He is under the floorboards," over and over, until her voice collapsed into a rasp. Inside Ward C, she fell silent. Yet nurses soon noticed her mouth moving after dusk, lips shaping words no one could hear. One November evening, every lamp along the corridor winked out in the same instant. When light returned, Abigail was gone. Only her blanket remained, folded into a precise rectangle, with a single dark hair pinned beneath its corner, still warm as breath. Brick walls had been laid in a cruciform, 4 long wings stretching from a central rotunda, like limbs prepared for dissection. Trustees boasted of modern design and fresh air, claiming the Ridge would soothe minds unraveled by sorrow. Yet staff who passed the eastern hall after sundown told of an uneasy warmth that gathered in the floorboards, as if something hidden below was breathing slow and deliberate. Some said the building had been raised on cursed ground, a slope once used for public hangings, when Salem's noose cast its longest shadow. Others insisted madness seeped from the foundation itself, working its way up through stone until every door and latch seemed to pulse in rhythm. By winter, orderlies refused to walk that wing alone. More than one claimed to hear soft knocking behind the plaster, 3 taps, then a hush, then 3 more, like a question waiting for someone brave enough to answer it. Records kept by Superintendent Elias Thorne were as meticulous as scripture, each page inked with the conviction that order might hold back whatever darkness crept along the eaves. His journal described the peculiar hush that settled over Ward Beach night, a silence so complete it pressed against the ears until they ached. Outside room 17, he often paused, convinced he heard breathing that did not belong to the patient within, long measured inhalations, too steady to be human. One evening, his resolve failed, and he unlocked the door. The woman lay rigid on her cot, head bent back, mouth gaping in a voiceless scream. No force could close her jaw. For 3 days she remained that way, her skin cooling as if she had passed on, until the morning she vanished without so much as a footstep. All that remained was a damp impression in the pillow, shaped like a hand pressed flat in farewell. An entry buried deep in a private ledger recounted an incident never shared with the asylum trustees. On a January night thick with sleet, an attendant named Jasper Moore was charged with returning a patient from hydrotherapy to the infirmary. Neither man arrived. When dawn came, a search party traced a line of wet footprints down into the service tunnels, each step leading deeper beneath the foundation. The trail ended against a bricked arch no one remembered building. Lantern light revealed fresh mortar, pale as bone, still damp to the touch. When they broke through, no passage waited beyond, only a shallow cavity scraped with narrow scratches, as though fingertips had pressed desperately from inside. At the very center lay Jasper's wool cap, soaked clean through, as if it had been held under water. No sign of him was ever found. Some nights after, orderlies swore they heard muffled knocking rise up from beneath the floor. Perched on the highest slope of the grounds, the asylum's chapel loomed with a promise of mercy no patient believed. Father Ambrose Lowell kept vigil there, a thin figure in a threadbare cassock who confessed that the stillness felt closer to surveillance than peace. Each dawn he discovered new offerings laid upon the altar, a lock of hair bound in twine, a withered sprig of yarrow tied with hospital linen, a child's wooden rattle stained dark along the grain. The doors remained bolted each night, yet somehow the gifts multiplied. One morning in early spring, he found a cradle fashioned from willow switches, set in perfect symmetry on the lectern. Inside, a scrap of parchment bore a single word penned in a crooked child's hand. Below. After that, Father Lowell refused to remain after sunset. The chapel was shuttered, though the smell of tallow and old milk lingered long after the last candle was snuffed. Notes scribbled in the margin of a nurse's ledger told of a patient never entered into the official census. No surname, no diagnosis, only a single line, found at dawn, unaccompanied. Attendants began referring to him as the foundling. He never spoke, never blinked, never closed his eyes even when the lamps were doused. Each night, Nurse Mabel Quinn would pass his cot and find him sitting upright, hands folded across a wool blanket, gaze fixed on a seam in the ceiling plaster. When she dared step closer, she saw his lips moving in deliberate rhythm, shaping sounds she could not hear. One evening, she leaned down to listen. A moment later, she stumbled back, face blanched, insisting he had been repeating her name again and again, though no breath stirred his chest. Her final journal entry ended halfway through a sentence. By morning, her bed lay empty. No one ever spoke of her again. Nights grew longer in the ridge, as winter tightened its grip, and even the bravest attendants began to dread the hour after the final lamp was extinguished. Those who walked the corridors alone described the same sensation, a hush that thickened around the throat, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. It was during such a night that a ward orderly, pale from lack of sleep, claimed to see a procession moving past the barred windows of the east wing. 3 figures, cloaked and barefoot, carried something long and wrapped in linen between them. No record was made of any burial or removal that week. When morning came, the snow beneath that window had melted in a perfect cradle-shaped hollow. No explanation was offered, no questions were asked. Before we continue deeper into these halls, tell me, where are you listening from, and what hour has reached you? Leave your mark in the comments below, so we'll know just how far their voices have travelled. Snow thawed late that year, revealing the grounds in a state no gardener dared to mend. Paths that once curved neatly between brick wings had twisted into narrow channels of mud, as though something beneath had shifted in the frost. On the western slope, a grove of blackened trees stood in a perfect ring around a sunken patch of earth. No record showed why the clearing existed, or what had been buried there before the asylum rose. Patients began to speak of it in their sleep, murmuring the same refrain, "The hollow is never empty." Nurses chalked it up to contagion of the mind, the way madness could leap like a spark from one bed to another. But orderlies who passed by the grove after dusk told of a different affliction. Some swore they saw small shapes moving just under the soil, pressing the surface into a slow breathing ripple that never ceased. Records never explained why a child was left at the ridge's front gate. One dawn in early April, no carriage tracks marred the wet gravel. No footprints led away, just a wicker basket, lined with an old quilt. The infant swaddled so tightly its chest barely rose. When the matron unwrapped the bundle, she found a slip of paper tucked against the child's cheek, blank, except for a thumbprint pressed in ink, so dark it looked like a bruise. No mother stepped forward to claim it. No parish ledger recorded a birth. They called him Jonas, for want of any other name, and placed him in an unused storeroom near the infirmary. He never cried, never reached for any hand. Nurses began to complain of a smell that clung to their uniforms after tending him, sweet and rancid all at once, like milk gone sour in the hollow of a tooth. The matron stopped recording his feedings after the 3rd week. Some months later, attendants assigned to the West Wing began finding symbols scratched into the plaster behind iron bed frames, circles intersected by narrow lines, always arranged in sets of 3. No patient admitted to making them. Even when the walls were scraped clean, the marks reappeared overnight, etched deeper each time. A young orderly named Ruth Delaney was tasked with painting over them. On her 3rd day, she arrived before dawn, determined to finish before the halls grew busy. She never returned to the supply room. When the supervisor found her, she was standing motionless at the end of the corridor, her palms pressed flat against the wall. Thin lines of blood trickled from beneath her fingernails, where she'd scratched her own symbols into the plaster, far more intricate than the first. When she was carried back to her quarters, she whispered that the marks were instructions. No one ever asked what they were meant to teach. Papers filed in the superintendent's archive recorded the arrival of a traveling cleric who called himself Brother Howell. He claimed to be sent by the diocese to evaluate the chapel's condition and minister to the staff, though no letter of commission ever surfaced. For 3 weeks he moved quietly through the corridors, offering soft prayers to no one in particular, and placing small brass tokens along the windowsills. Each was stamped with a stylized cradle, its shape familiar to nurses who attended the Ridge's oldest patients. One morning, the tokens disappeared all at once, leaving only faint rings of frost where they had lain. That same evening, Brother Howell was found kneeling at the threshold of the disused nursery, eyes fixed on the doorway, as if waiting for it to open from the inside. When attendants tried to lift him, they discovered his hands had grown rigid, fused in prayer. He never spoke another word. Long before sunrise, an attendant carrying fresh linens to the convalescent ward noticed a flickering glow seeping under the door of the old hydrotherapy chamber. No patient had been assigned there in months. When she pushed the door open, she found the copper tub half filled with water so clear it reflected the ceiling beams in perfect detail. At first, she thought the light came from a lantern set on the floor, but as she stepped closer, she saw the glow pulsing up through the drain, brightening and dimming in a slow, deliberate rhythm. The water's surface remained undisturbed, yet she felt certain something moved beneath it, something that breathed with the patience of old stone. Before she could call for help, the glow went out, leaving the chamber in darkness thick as pitch. Later, when she tried to describe what she'd seen, her voice faltered. She could only repeat the same phrase. It was looking back. Rumors spread quickly after the hydrotherapy incident. By midsummer, no one volunteered to patrol the lower halls. Orderlies who drew the short straw returned pale and drenched in sweat, swearing the air below ground tasted of iron and old milk. One evening, the night steward sent a pair of attendants to inventory the disused storage rooms, insisting no harm could come from checking the ledgers. Hours passed without their return. When a search party finally descended, they found both men crouched side by side against the far wall, their hands clasped tight around each other's wrists. No force could pry them apart. Their eyes were open, but fixed on nothing, pupils pinprick small. Between them lay a ledger, its cracked leather cover peeled back to reveal a single page repeated over and over, names no one recognized, each followed by a date that had not yet come to pass. The pages smelled faintly of brine. Sunlight faded early that autumn, and by late September, the ridge seemed to retreat further into itself with every dusk. Those still willing to staff the infirmary spoke of a feeling that grew stronger each week, a slow certainty that someone was keeping count of every step they took. It was during one such evening that a nurse returning from the dispensary glimpsed movement through the cracked door of the long-abandoned birthing room. Pale fabric shifted against the cot, rising and falling in measured cadence. She inched closer, believing some vagrant had crept in to sleep. But as she peered around the jamb, her breath caught. The figure beneath the sheet was too small to be a grown man. It did not stir when she whispered, did not flinch, as she laid a hand upon the cloth. A single muffled sigh rose from the mattress, thin and high, like the last breath of something that never learned to wail. Few dared pass the birthing room after that night. The door was bolted shut, though the attendants claimed the hinges still creaked open when no one was watching. On the first frost of October, a laundry maid hurrying to the boiler room noticed the door ajar again, pale linen trailing into the hall like an invitation. She ran to fetch help, but when the matron returned with her, the door stood closed, the corridor empties, except for a faint smell of candle wax and something else, salt, warm and sour, like brine poured over a cradle. Later that week, the asylum ledgers were found rearranged in the superintendent's office, the names of every woman committed for melancholia, circled in ink the color of old blood. At the bottom of each page, a single word had been written by a hand no one recognized, returned. No one spoke of it aloud, but all who read it felt the same chill across the throat, as though something soft had brushed past in the dark. Dawn never seemed to warm the ridge come November. Frost clung stubborn to the window panes, long after the sun had risen, and every breath inside the old corridors left a pale bloom of mist that hung in the air too long. In the women's ward, a patient named Eliza Marr began to murmur a tune none of the nurses recognized, 3 notes repeated in a slow, circling lullaby. When she fell silent, her lips continued to move, as though the melody had lodged itself in her throat. She died just before midnight, eyes fixed on the ceiling. No cause was ever found. At the hour of her passing, the bell over the chapel rang once, though no hand touched the rope. The next morning, her cot was discovered stripped clean, mattress removed, floor scrubbed raw. Only a single footprint remained in the chalky residue, small and bare, pressed so deep it cracked the boards beneath. A ledger in the records office noted that, after Eliza Marr's death, 4 other women in Ward B began to hum the same melody in their sleep. No coaxing could quiet them, and no medicine dulled the sound. Nurses stuffed rags beneath the door to keep the tune from drifting into the corridor, but every night it seeped through the cracks, thin as a thread. One evening, the matron summoned 2 attendants to help restrain a patient whose humming had turned shrill enough to splinter the oil lamp glass. When they entered, they found her sitting upright, eyes wide, mouth gaping in silent song. In her hands, she clutched a length of pale cloth, knotted at each end. No one dared touch it. By dawn her bed was empty, the sheet laid flat over a hollow that still held the shape of her spine. The cloth remained on the pillow, warm to the touch, as if it had just been unwrapped. Wind slipped through the broken panes in the western gable, carrying with it a scent of damp earth and something older, salted, sour, clinging to every fold of linen. Patients began to wake with dark smudges across their palms, as though they had been digging through wet soil in their sleep. The night nurse assigned to monitor the infirmary kept a private journal, each entry growing more unsteady as the weeks passed. She wrote of small shapes, glimpsed moving under the blankets, of lullabies that ended with a hush so heavy it felt like a hand pressed over her mouth. On her final night of duty, she left her post to follow a thin trail of water winding down the hall. It led her to the old birthing room door, swung wide as if in welcome. Her lantern guttered out when she stepped across the threshold. By sunrise, the room was empty. All that remained was her journal, set neatly on the cot, its last page soaked through with something clear as tears. Hours stretched long as winter crept across the ridge, each day more hushed than the last. Orderlies reported that the clocks had begun to drift, hands slipping backward in slow increments, as though refusing to mark the passage of time. In the pharmacy, glass bottles of laudanum and tincture cracked along their seams without warning, leaking dark syrup onto the shelves. No one spoke of the old nursery anymore, though the door never stayed closed. One evening, a steward delivering supplies to the dispensary glimpsed a figure seated inside, a woman in a muslin gown, her hair unbound, her back curved over something she held to her breast. When he stepped closer, he saw her arms were empty. She rocked nothing. The air around her shimmered with a heat that smelled of milk turned sour. He fled without looking back. By morning, the pharmacy's ledgers had been rearranged into a single stack on the counter, each page torn free of its binding. Every torn edge bore the same delicate stain, a row of 6 faint dots in the shape of an arc. No matter how often the ledgers were refiled, the pages returned each dawn to that same neat pile, their edges marked like a brand no one could explain. A nurse named Eleanor Finch finally gathered the courage to burn one of the pages in the chapel brazier, hoping to break whatever tether bound them. As the paper curled and blackened, a single note rang out from the chapel bell, a hollow toll that shook dust from the rafters. The air tasted of copper. That evening, she was found standing barefoot in the snow outside the chapel doors, her hands folded over her heart. She would not speak, would not lift her gaze from the threshold. When they led her inside, she pressed something into the matron's palm, a small brass token stamped with the shape of a cradle, identical to those Brother Howell had once placed along the windowsills. No one asked where she found it. No one dared. Weeks passed in a hush that felt deliberate, as though the ridge itself had chosen to hold its breath. Snow crept in under the doors, dusting the thresholds in a thin veil no sweeping could clear. Patients began to murmur names that did not belong to them. Old names, whispered between the bars of their cots, as if reciting a litany no living voice should recall. The head nurse recorded each one in a ledger that grew heavier by the night, its parchment stained with the sweat of her trembling hands. On the first Sunday of Advent, the chapel bell sounded again, though no rope had been mended, and no hand had risen to ring it. Those who heard the note described it as a summons, low and hollow, vibrating in the ribs, long after the sound itself had died. When morning came, a new ledger lay upon the altar, bound in pale linen, its spine stitched with hair so fine it shimmered, like silk. No one opened it. No one dared sweep the snow from its cover. Nights grew longer than any clock could measure. Nurses moved in pairs if they moved at all, lanterns trembling in their hands. Those who lingered near the old birthing room insisted the air itself pulsed with a rhythm not their own, like a second heartbeat thudding low beneath the floorboards. One dawn, the matron rose early to count linens, and found the birthing room door ajar. Inside, a single cot had been dragged to the centre of the floor. Upon the mattress lay a bundle wrapped in linen so white it glowed in the grey light. She bent to look closer, certain it was only bedding left behind, but the linen shifted as she neared, its folds rising in a shallow breath. She stumbled back, heart hammering, and fled before whatever lay beneath could draw another. By evening, the cot was gone, the floor scrubbed clean. Only a single print remained in the dust, small, bare, pressed deep as a promise. No one claimed to have touched the cot or carried it away. By the week's end, rumours spread that the ridge no longer waited for permission to move what it wished. Orderlies discovered the chapel door open at dawn, snow untouched on the threshold, as if no foot had ever crossed it. Inside, the altar had been stripped bare, except for the linen ledger, still bound tight with its fine hair stitching. Someone, or something, had placed a small cradle at its side, carved from a single piece of wood so smooth it reflected the flickering lamplight. Nurses who dared look closer swore the cradle rocked without any hand to guide it, each motion precise, measured, as if comforting an absence only it could feel. Later that night, the wind began to rise, carrying with it a hush so deep, every voice caught and fell silent. Before we continue, tell me, where are you listening from, and what hour has found you? Leave your words below, so we'll know just how far the ridge has reached. Snow thawed only halfway that March, leaving the ridge sunk into a mire that swallowed footprints before any witness could swear they'd been there at all. A raw wind pressed against the brick walls, carrying with it a keening sound that no door could fully shut out. It was said the ridge had begun to settle into itself, sinking inch by inch into the soft earth beneath. Some claimed the foundation stones shifted at night, cracking with the slow patience of old bones realigning. The matron, once so resolute in her ledgers and rules, began to appear at morning roll with her hair unpinned and her eyes glazed, as though she'd risen from sleep she could not remember entering. Attendants watched her warily as she walked the wards in silence, stopping before empty cots to place her palm flat on the sheets, as if confirming that nothing had returned to fill them. On the first Sunday after the thaw, a travelling inspector arrived unannounced, his boots crusted in road salt, and his great coat buttoned to the throat. He claimed to have come on behalf of the board, carrying a letter folded so many times the creases had nearly split the page. No one saw him hand it over, nor did anyone read it. By the time evening fell, the inspector had vanished without leaving so much as a footprint in the slush. Only his hat remained, set carefully on the chapel steps, brim damp as though he had stood there a long while in quiet surrender. The next morning, a trail of pale silt led from the steps to the eastern wing, ending at the door to the old birthing room. The door stood open, though the hinges had been sealed with iron pins after the last incident. Inside, nothing had been disturbed, except a single cot in the far corner, its mattress stripped bare, a shallow hollow pressed into the ticking. Records note that on that same night, 3 patients in Ward D were roused from fever dreams, each of them whispering the same phrase in voices thin as thread: "The cradle will not stay empty." When dawn came, the matron attempted to close the birthing room door. No matter how she pulled, the hinges refused to catch. She left it ajar, turning her back to the hollow inside. Some claimed the air that drifted from that room smelled faintly of milk gone sour, sweet and heavy enough to make the throat close. Others said it carried something colder, a memory of breath that never belonged to any living thing. Before dusk, the wind rose again, and the keening returned more insistent than before, like a lullaby with no words, a summons no ear could pretend not to hear. Dusk fell early in those last weeks of winter. The sky drained of colour before the supper bell could ring. Those who still kept watch over the infirmary spoke in low tones of a change. None dared record in the ledgers. Patients no longer called out when night came. They lay awake in rows, eyes fixed on the ceiling, hands folded over their ribs, as though bracing for a weight no one could see. Some whispered that the ridge had grown weary of waiting for the living to surrender their memories, and had begun to claim them outright. The matron herself was seen walking the corridor outside the birthing room, after the final lamp was doused, trailing her fingers along the stones, her mouth moving in a silent recital of names that had never appeared in the registry. Each dawn, the linen sheets folded themselves back with eerie precision, revealing cots unoccupied but indented with shapes that implied they were only recently left behind. The last steward, brave enough to keep the chapel key, confessed he had stopped entering altogether. Each time he tried, he found the door unlatched, the air within so close it felt as though a crowd waited just beyond the reach of the light. One morning, he gathered his nerve and crossed the threshold, carrying a pail of sand to scatter across the tiles, in hope of proving nothing walked there unseen. He tipped the sand in slow arcs across the floor, watching it settle without disturbance. Only when he turned to leave did he glimpse the marks. 3 small prints pressed into the grains, toes pointed toward the altar. He fled, leaving the pail behind. When the matron asked for his report, he offered no explanation, only pressed the chapel key into her hand before disappearing down the main corridor, without so much as a backward glance. By sundown, he was gone, his name struck from the duty roster by a hand none recognized. In the days that followed, no one dared enter the chapel again. The door remained open to the wind, and each dusk the same hush fell across the ridge, a pause in which every caged breath seemed to wait for a signal to be released. It was during one such evening that a nurse assigned to the eastern wing vanished without record. Her supper tray was discovered in the corridor, porcelain clean but for 6 drops of something dark, arranged in a perfect arc. No search was ordered, no notice was posted. Those who had heard her voice in the weeks before claimed she had begun humming to herself, a tune that circled the same 3 notes over and over until her listeners found themselves repeating it under their breath, unable to stop. By the last week of March, the ridge stood wrapped in a hush so absolute that even the crows ceased to cry from the eaves. Snow receded in narrow veins along the footpaths, revealing earth pocked with small hollows. No one recalled digging. Attendants who ventured out to inspect the grounds came back with the same pale look, claiming the indentations were too precise. Each one shaped like a cradle, just wide enough to hold an infant no longer living. The matron began to keep vigil in the west wing. Seated in a wooden chair, she refused to leave, her hands folded over a ledger she no longer opened. At dusk, she was heard speaking to the empty beds, her voice steady and low, as though reciting a catechism meant for ears long since gone silent. Each morning, she would stand and smooth the linens, as if she feared some unseen watcher might find fault in their arrangement. On the second night after the thaw, the chapel bell rang once more, though no rope remained to draw it. The sound carried through the wards with a resonance that settled into the walls, lingering like the echo of a name that had been spoken too often to be forgotten. Patients in Ward B rose from their cots as if summoned, each turning to face the same corner where the plaster had begun to crack in the shape of an open mouth. One by one they knelt on the cold boards, their hands cupped together as though waiting to receive something precious and unseen. No attendant moved to intervene. They stood in the hall, watching through the bars as the patients began to hum a single note that rose and fell in time with the gusts pressing against the windows. In the dimness their breath appeared like smoke, coiling into shapes that did not disperse when the room fell silent again. When dawn returned, no memory remained of the night's events. The patients lay prone in their cots, faces turned to the wall, breathing slow and even. Only the matron's ledger held a record of what had transpired, a single entry in a hand none could identify. The cradle remembers. No one touched the page. It remained open on her desk until the final day the ridge was occupied, its ink faded to the colour of old bruises. Long after the matron herself had vanished, orderlies who passed her abandoned chair swore they still saw the impression of her hands pressed into the ledger's cover, as though she had never quite let go of what she was trying to record. And perhaps she hadn't. Perhaps no one ever did. Spring arrived in name alone. The ridge remained wrapped in a pall that no thaw could dissolve. New shoots sprouted along the brick foundations, pale tendrils that turned the colour of bone when the sun touched them. No gardener claimed responsibility, and each dawn brought more, weaving tight across windowsills and up the iron gratings as though the walls themselves were sprouting veins. Patients watched in silence as the growth crept higher, never quite crossing the threshold, but pressing close enough to rattle the glass when the wind blew. Nurses avoided the windows entirely, claiming the roots pulsed faintly, if one stood near enough to listen. By April, every ledger page smelled of wet earth, and the sweet, sour tang of milk left too long in the heat. One evening, a new orderly, unfamiliar with the ridge's unsaid rules, was dispatched to the birthing room to retrieve clean linen. He did not return by the hour's end. When the matron gathered her courage to follow, she found the door open just wide enough to reveal a sliver of lamplight. The orderly knelt at the foot of the empty cot, hands pressed flat against the boards as though in prayer. He did not stir when she called his name, nor when she stepped closer and touched his shoulder. Only when she moved to lift him did she see that his palms had sunk into the wood itself, fingers fused to the grain as though he had been there for years instead of minutes. His mouth hung open, breath shallow and rasping. The lamplight wavered, revealing something etched across the cot's headboard, a single word carved deep in fresh strokes: returned. 2 attendants were summoned to pry him loose. They worked in hushed desperation, splinters lodging beneath their nails as the boards groaned under their efforts. When at last they freed his hands, the indentations remained behind, perfect impressions pressed into the cot, as though some memory of him had been left in the wood. The matron tried to record the incident, but her pen snapped after the first sentence. Later, when she returned to finish the report, she found the page had darkened along the margins, a stain spreading outward in the same slow pattern as the roots climbing the walls. That night, the chapel bell rang twice, each peal so low it rattled the teeth in their sockets. No one tried to explain it. No one claimed to have heard it. But the next morning, every cot in the birthing room stood turned to face the door, sheets folded back in uniform invitation. On each pillow lay a scrap of pale linen, knotted in the center as though wrapping something too small to be seen. None dared lift them to look. They left the room as it was, closing the door behind them without a word. And still the roots crept higher, threading their way across the threshold, patient as breath withheld in a darkened hall. Long before dawn the ridge settled into a hush that no footfall disturbed. Those who woke to tend the early watch claimed the air had grown so still, it felt as if the building itself were listening. In the infirmary, the patients lay in neat rows, every eye fixed on the same corner of the ceiling, where a crack had widened overnight, the plaster flaking away in slow, deliberate arcs. No one could say when the fissure began, but by morning it stretched from wall to wall, a fine black line shaped like a cradle, turned upside down. The matron ordered the beds moved to the opposite wall, though none dared touch the cots nearest the crack. When the first attendant bent to lift the sheets, she recoiled, insisting the wood felt warm as skin. No one contradicted her. The beds were left where they stood, and the ledger entry for that hour remained blank. By the second week of April, the roots had reached the upper windows, tendrils looping themselves into symbols that no one could read. Some resembled runes scraped into the birthing room walls years before. Others formed delicate curves that might have been letters, or the outline of something meant to be recognized only in the last moment before waking. Orderlies tasked with trimming the growth reported that every time they severed a vine, the same pale sap oozed from the cut, sticky as milk, and carrying a smell none could name. One by one they abandoned their posts, claiming no shears remained sharp enough to finish the work. The matron tried to record each defection, but her ink turned watery in the well, the words bleeding into the paper, until every name blurred into a single black stain. When the bell rang again, 3 hollow peals that set the window glass trembling, nurses gathered in the corridor without speaking. Some held their rosaries, others only folded their hands as if in prayer. None dared voice aloud. At the end of the hall, the birthing room door stood open once more. A glow pulsed from within, soft and golden, brightening with each toll. They crept closer, drawn despite the dread coiling in their throats. Inside, the cots had been arranged in a perfect circle, each one bearing a folded scrap of linen upon the pillow. In the center lay the cradle, no longer empty. Something rested within, swaddled in a cloth that rose and fell with measured breaths, too deep and deliberate to belong to any child. No one stepped forward to see. The door was drawn shut, the latch turned with shaking hands, and for the first time in many seasons the chapel bell fell silent. But all through that night, the air carried a new sound, a lullaby sung in no language any living ear could name, weaving through the ridge like a promise too old to break. Dawn came on a wind that rattled every window in the ridge, though no snow remained to explain the cold that pressed against the stone walls. Nurses who had dared to approach the birthing room swore the latch turned on its own, as though the door were waiting for them to return. No one answered its summons. Instead, they gathered in the infirmary, tending to patients who now refused to close their eyes. Even in sleep, their lids fluttered as if glimpsing something the waking world could not contain. One by one, the patients began to murmur the same word, returned with a cadence so steady it seemed rehearsed. No ledger could capture how their voices rose and fell together, a chorus woven from dreams that had never been dreamed by any soul still drawing breath. As the sun lifted past the crooked chimneys, the matron climbed the chapel steps alone, a ring of keys clutched tight enough to cut crescents into her palm. She paused on the threshold, heart hammering with a dread she could neither name nor swallow. The door swung inward with a softness that mocked her resolve. Inside, the altar stood stripped bare. The pale ledger, once so carefully bound in hair-thin stitching, lay open to a page she had never dared rid. Lines of ink unfurled across the parchment in looping script that shifted even as she tried to follow it. No 2 letters held still long enough to be named. Only one shape remained unchanged. A cradle drawn in a single unbroken stroke, its hollow wide as the emptiness that filled the chapel. She closed the book with trembling hands, but when she lifted her gaze, the cradle etched into the page seemed to linger in the air between them, traced in the dust motes dancing through the dawn light. A soft sound broke the hush, softer than any child's breath, yet heavy enough to fill the space from floor to rafter. She turned toward the corner where a small cot waited, draped in the same pale linen she had seen in her earliest days within the ridge. The cloth moved, drawn upward in a long, measured inhale. Her knees buckled, no thought remained, only the certainty that some covenant older than the stones themselves had been fulfilled. She did not remember leaving. The door swung closed behind her without a hand to guide it, and the chapel fell silent as a sealed crypt. Later, when she tried to record what she had seen, her pen refused to leave a mark. She watched the nib scrape useless furrows across the page until the paper tore, revealing a thin seam beneath the parchment, an indentation shaped like a cradle, pressed into the very grain of the desk. That evening, a hush settled over every corridor. Patients lay in perfect stillness, hands folded over their ribs. No breath stirred the air, and in the hour just before midnight, the chapel bell tolled once, though no one remained to hear it. The ridge had at last remembered what it was built to cradle, and what it could never let go. Spring thaw came late that year, and when it finally did, no one remained in the ridge to mark its arrival. The last of the staff slipped away in the hours between dusk and dawn, their departures unrecorded in any ledger. No horses were harnessed to wagons. No voices called farewells across the yard. They simply ceased to be there. Those who passed along the old road claimed the asylum looked unchanged, its tall chimneys exhaling slow breaths of steam, the windows shuttered tight, as if nothing inside had ever moved. But if any traveller had dared to stop, they might have noticed the earth along the foundations had begun to rise in uneven waves, as though something beneath was stretching after a long confinement. The roots that once crept like ivy now thickened into ropes, binding brick to brick, and weaving over the iron grates, until no boundary remained between stone and living thing. Inside, the halls stood lit by lamps no hand had kindled, their glow seeping beneath door frames in a steady pulse that mimicked breath. Sheets lay folded on the cots, every fold aligned in a geometry too precise for human hands. In the infirmary, the cots remained turned toward the same corner, the plaster peeled away in broad arcs that revealed not lath, but raw earth pressed smooth as polished bone. Every surface smelled of damp linen, and the faint sweetness of something that might once have been milk. A ledger rested on the matron's abandoned desk, open to a page that had never existed, its parchment unlined, its center marked by a single circle inked so dark it shone in the lamplight. Those who claimed to have glimpsed it from the doorway said the circle pulsed, if you stared too long, a slow dilation that matched the rhythm of your own heartbeat, until you could no longer tell which belonged to you. No birds nested under the eaves, though the air outside the ridge carried the churn of new leaves and thawing soil. Within those walls no season dared enter. Time pooled in corners and stairwells, gathering like stagnant water. Some nights, the old bell over the chapel tolled once without wind or rope, its note deep enough to make the shutters shiver. Those who heard it from the road quickened their pace and did not look back. They did not speak of the sound later, nor could they describe what terror had risen in them when the echo faded. It was the sort of fear that bore no shape or language, only the certainty that something had awakened and would not be laid to rest again. In the east wing, the birthing room stood as it had been left, door ajar, its threshold marked by the narrow prints of bare feet too small to belong to any adult. A single cot remained in the center, the linen drawn up to conceal what lay beneath. Those who ventured near claimed they heard breathing that did not sink to their own. It rose and fell in long intervals, each exhale carrying a warmth that tasted of salt and iron. Dust lay thick on the floor, but the cot's wooden legs gleamed, as though hands returned nightly to polish them. Sometimes in the hour before dawn, the linen lifted in a slow arc, as if stirred by a dream too deep to break. The air around it pressed close, carrying a hush that made the heart labor and the ears strain for a sound they already knew would come. A lullaby sung without words, only the low cadence of something remembering itself. Beyond the birthing room, the corridors twisted into shadows so dense no lamp could scatter them. The walls bore the same symbols etched years before, cradle shapes, rings intersected by slanting lines, runes no scholar had catalogued. Yet in the dark, their edges glimmered faintly, as though backlit by a lantern buried within the stone itself. The old archives had been left open, drawers pulled from their slots, papers fanned across the floor in a drift as pale as snowfall. If any hand sifted through them, it would find names scrawled in dozens of hands, patients and attendants alike, each accompanied by dates that reached far into a future no living person would survive to witness. One page, half torn and clinging to a splintered drawer, bore only a single line: "No child unclaimed." The chapel remained the heart of it all. Its pews stood in rows aligned with such care that no seam showed between them. On the altar, the linen-bound ledger rested beneath a thick layer of dust. Yet when dawn poured through the high window, the light struck the cover and revealed the faint impression of hands pressed against it, as though someone had knelt there in the night, sifting the ledger for entries only they could read. The bell above the rafters had fallen silent, but some claimed it now waited for a different hour to sound, a time when the last name would be spoken aloud, and the ridge would sigh out the last breath it had kept cradled in its walls. In that hush, all memory would return to the earth that had once held it, and no witness would remain to set down what had transpired. Outside, spring birds circled without landing. They watched from the boughs of trees grown too close to the walls, their black eyes fixed on the chapel door as though expecting it to open. The road beyond lay untraveled, weeds swallowing the ruts left by the last wagon. No map marked this place anymore. No clerk recalled its coordinates. Yet those who dreamed of it at night, strangers with no memory of ever passing that hill, woke with the taste of salt on their tongues and the surety that something waited just beyond the threshold, breathing slow, unhurried breaths that counted down to a birth or a return none could forestall. No rain fell on the ridge in that first month of spring, though the skies remained weighted with clouds, the color of old linen. When wind moved through the empty halls, it carried with it the smell of something left too long in the dark. A sweetness turned just enough to sour the air. Those few who braved the grounds claimed the windows wept. Condensation from within, streaking the glass with rivulets that dried in perfect vertical lines, like tally marks kept by a hand determined never to lose count. In the birthing room, the cot remained as it had been left, linen still drawn over whatever lay beneath. Each dawn, the cloth appeared smoother, the creases pressed flat, as if some patient hand smoothed them again and again in the hours when no human eye bore witness. Some nights, the chapel door swung open without a sound, its hinges neither oiled nor forced. No one remained to cross its threshold, but the wind slipped inside just the same, stirring the pale ledger on the altar. When the pages lifted, they revealed no scripture and no accounting, only a single phrase repeated over and over in a hand that looked carved instead of written. "All things return." The words bled into the parchment, as though tattooed beneath the fibers, too deep to be scraped away. In the pews, the shadows lengthened without lantern or moonlight to cast them, reaching slowly toward the aisle, as though the darkness itself had grown weary of waiting. The road beyond the main gate disappeared under creeping thistle, its stones loosened by roots that swelled in the thaw. No cart passed in either direction, no hoofprint marked the earth. Yet those who walked the old paths to the asylum's edge claimed they felt watched from behind the upper windows, though no face ever showed itself. One woman, a widow from Danvers village, said she woke 3 nights in a row with the same certainty that someone was counting her breaths in the darkness, matching each exhale with a slow inhalation she could not hear, but could feel in the marrow of her teeth. When she gathered her courage to return by daylight, she found the gate ajar. A single footprint, small and bare, waited in the dust beyond the threshold. It pressed so deep she could not bring herself to step over it. Within the ridge, time no longer marched. It pulled and ebbed, bending the memories of anyone who dared linger. If you listened long enough, you could hear the walls sigh as though exhaling the last air kept sealed in their hollow bones. A slow rhythm began to echo through the wards, not quite a heartbeat, not quite the tick of any clock. It measured something older, the pulse of a place remembering itself one name at a time. No one could say when the cots began to fill again. Some swore they remained empty, linen undisturbed. Others claimed the sheets stirred when the wind rose, shapes pressing upward as if testing the fabric's strength. More than one traveler glimpsed pale hands folded across invisible chests, waiting with a patience no living creature possessed. At twilight, the lullaby returned, seeping through every seam and crack. No voice carried it, no throat shaped the notes. It bloomed into the hush like a contagion, threading between rafters and floorboards, curling into every corner the sun never reached. Those who heard it described a longing so fierce it felt like hunger, a need to be held, to be named, to be returned to whatever cradle had first borne them. No language could capture the sound. It was the keening of an emptiness that could not be filled by faith or fear, only by remembrance. In the infirmary, the beds shifted on their casters, drawn subtly closer to the walls where the old symbols lay half buried in cracked plaster. A single word was scrawled beneath each cradle shape, ink so faded it looked like the shadow of writing long since effaced. Mine. One evening, as dusk surrendered to night, the chapel bell tolled 3 times. Each note rang deeper than any before, resonant enough to shiver dust from the rafters. The ledger fell open once more, pages rippling as if turned by a careful invisible hand. A single sheet tore loose, drifting down to the cold flagstone. When it landed, it showed no script, only a pressed outline of 2 hands cupped together, palms up, as if offering something too delicate to name. Those who claimed to have seen it swear the paper quivered in time with the bell's final echo. When the last note died, the air sealed itself like a wound, and no sound remained but the long slow exhale of the ridge, remembering what it had cradled, and what it would never surrender again. Spring deepened in the world beyond the ridge, but within its walls no thaw came, windows clouded with a frost that never melted, and in the chapel the ledger remained open to the same blank page. Those who came later to look, historians, countymen, the occasional curious wanderer, reported the same bewildering hush, a silence that did not feel empty but inhabited. Some turned back the moment their boots crossed the threshold, feeling the air catch around their throats like a hand pressed lightly to the windpipe. Others pressed on, lanterns raised, though no light ever brightened the shadows clustered in the corners. It was on the first Sunday of May that the ridge shifted again. No earthquake marked it, no tremor passed through the land around, yet every cot in the birthing room slid half a hand's breadth across the floor, the iron casters screeching in unison. The linen folded atop each bed did not slip. It rose, lifted by some slow exhale from the boards below. A shape pressed upward from beneath the sheet on the central cot, small as a swaddled infant, unmoving save for the pulse that came once, twice, and stopped. No one was there to see it, but in the town down the hill, 3 families woke at the same instant, each mother clutching her ribs as though something inside had called her by name. Records would later show the chapel bell rang only once that night, yet the tone was so deep it cracked the window set high in the chapel's eastern wall. The glass fell inward in a rain of shards that scattered across the pews. When dawn came, the shards lay arranged on the stone floor in the shape of a cradle. Each fragment turned so the morning light struck its edge. Those who dared approach swore the glass shimmered faintly, as if some heat still clung to it. One man, a surveyor from Salem, sent to appraise the property for the county, claimed he heard a voice as he stepped across the threshold. A woman's voice, pitched low and threaded with the hush of something trying not to wake what it held. He fled without marking his instruments. Later, when pressed to recount what he'd heard, he could only whisper, "All things are remembered." That same dawn, the birthing room door, long warped from frost and time, stood wide. The cot remained in its place, sheet now settled flat across whatever memory had stirred beneath. A single scrap of cloth lay folded atop the pillow, a square of linen no bigger than a child's hand, its edge stitched with a pattern too fine to be recognized at first glance. Those who peered close insisted it was a map, a looping braid of lines that formed no known letter or sigil, yet stirred a nausea deep in the belly, as if recognition lurked just beyond understanding. No one removed it, no one touched the cot. The door was left as it had fallen open, so any who came after would see the hollow where something had rested, and no, it had never truly gone. Elsewhere in the ridge, the infirmary cots began to shift again. Slowly, inch by inch, they turned to face the western wall. Beneath each, the floorboards darkened in perfect rectangles, as though the beds had been set there decades before and never moved. When the last cot fell still, the hush returned. Those who passed through the corridor spoke of a pressure behind the eyes, a need to weep that came without sorrow. One nurse who'd worked the ridge in her youth returned in old age to see it one final time. She claimed the air itself recognized her, greeting her like a child returned to a mother's arms. As she turned to leave, she glimpsed something in the corner of her eye. A figure seated in the last cot, face hidden by the fall of linen, hands folded over a cradle that was not there. When she looked again, the cot was empty. By nightfall, every door in the ridge stood ajar. Wind moved freely through the halls, stirring the ledger's pages and drawing a low sigh from the birthing room. Those who listened long enough claimed to hear words threading the hush, syllables shaped in a tongue that felt older than stone. No record would capture them, no witness would agree on their meaning. But all who heard them carried the same conviction, that what the ridge cradled had never belonged to any living mother, and what it waited to deliver had no name fit for any tongue still capable of speech. Summer came in, fits and starts beyond the ridge, the air thickening with green life that never dared cross the boundary of the old iron fence. Grass grew in wild tangles along the verge, yet the earth within remained bare as a scoured bone. Even the birds refused to alight on the chapel's eaves, their shadows wheeling wide before vanishing into the distance. Those who approached the gates in curiosity or duty found the same hush waiting, no rustle of wings, no creak of timber, only the low, steady breath of a place that had learned to wait longer than any living witness. In town, the ridge became a story to keep children from wandering too far after dusk. But now and then, a child would wake in the small hours, gasping with a word caught behind the teeth, a syllable too old to shape. When their mothers pressed them for what they dreamed, the children only wept and shook their heads. Inside, the birthing room stood unchanged. The cot remained centered in the floor, linen pulled smooth and pale as milk, left too long in the sun. No dust gathered there, no insect dared cross the boards. Some nights the air within turned warm enough to sweat the walls, beads of moisture sliding in slow rivulets to the baseboards where they pulled in shapes too round to be accidents. By dawn, the moisture dried, leaving faint rings on the floor, circles nested within circles, like the cross-section of a tree grown in darkness. The ledger in the chapel recorded none of this. It remained open to the same blank page, the parchment warped by damp that never spread beyond its edges. Those who claimed to glimpse it through the window insisted the page pulsed, if you watched long enough, a slow, reluctant heartbeat no hand could still. On the first solstice after the ridge was abandoned, the chapel bell tolled twice. No wind moved to sway the clapper, no unseen hand drew the rope. The note hung in the air so long that the weeds along the road bent under its weight, as though the sound itself had pressed them flat. When the last echo died, the hush deepened until even the insects in the grass fell silent. In that silence, a shape moved behind the high window of the chapel, a figure indistinct as a memory glimpsed in a dream, rising slowly to stand behind the glass. No face showed itself, only the impression of arms folded over something cradled to the chest, and the sense that if you looked too long, you might recall a name you had sworn to forget. No record was ever made of what followed. Those who came later found no sign the bell had moved, no fresh dust or print to prove the figure had ever been there. But the birthing room bore a new mark, a length of linen laid across the cot, each corner stitched with an emblem none could name. Some said the pattern resembled a cradle, others insisted it was an eye. A few, braver than the rest, reached out to touch the cloth, only to recoil with a shudder that left the fingertips tingling for days. They refused to speak of what they felt. Some left the ridge without collecting their tools. Others returned, night after night, unable to stay away. Certain some memory waited there with its hand outstretched. By midsummer, the walls had begun to peel, but no rot showed beneath the plaster. Instead, the stone beneath had grown smooth and pale, polished by decades of unseen hands. It gleamed in lamplight as though sweat had seeped from within, leaving a thin sheen that never dried. Those who pressed an ear to it swore they heard a slow rhythmic sound, something deeper than breath, but too soft to be a heartbeat. It felt like the measured exhale of a body too vast to glimpse all at once. One woman, a nurse returned in old age to settle a curiosity she never confessed, stood at the birthing room door until dusk fell. She stepped across the threshold, lifted the linen with hands that no longer trembled, and stared at whatever lay beneath. When she lowered the cloth, her eyes were brimming with tears. She turned and walked back through the chapel without a word, the hush folding in behind her, like a closing cradle. No one saw her again. That night, a thunderstorm broke over the ridge. Rain hammered the slates and gutters, but inside no water pooled. The air remained dry as a sealed crypt. Lightning flashed through the upper windows, illuminating the cot for the briefest instant. Those who watched from the road insisted the sheet was rising and falling again, but no wind stirred it, only a hush deeper than any sleep. And in the hush, the certainty that whatever the ridge had waited to cradle had returned at last. No ledger recorded its arrival, no voice called it by name, but the stone walls themselves seemed to ease, the long-held breath, released in a sigh that no ear would ever be able to recount without trembling. Summer waned slowly, each dusk falling with a heaviness that pressed the ridge deeper into its own remembering. Weeds climbed the iron fence in thick braids, but none dared cross the threshold. Windows clouded over with a film that no wind could lift, and inside, the air settled into a stillness that felt less like abandonment than anticipation. Even the rodents who once scratched behind the wainscoting seemed to vanish, leaving the halls empty of every sound but the low sigh of beams settling, and the soft click of plaster loosening its grip on the walls. In the birthing room, the cot remained in its vigil. No matter how many months passed, the linen never yellowed, never gathered dust. Some nights it lifted in a slow swell that made the lamplight ripple across the boards. Those who came to see claimed the shape beneath had grown larger, as though whatever lay cradled there continued to grow even without nourishment. One visitor, a man whose grandmother had died in the ridge, brought a candle and set it at the cot's foot, hoping to soothe some restlessness he could not name. When he turned to leave, he found his own footprints erased behind him, the dust perfectly smooth as though he had never stepped inside. The candle guttered out on its own, but when he glanced back before closing the door, the linen shivered in a draught that never reached him. By late August, the chapel door had swung wide and stayed that way, letting dawn spill across the altar where the ledger lay. No hand turned its pages, yet each morning the parchment showed a different line, ink dark as fresh blood. Some were simple phrases: "It waits," "All are counted," "Return what you were given." Others held no words at all, only lines that looped and broke in patterns too deliberate to be scribbles. The townsfolk who came to glimpse the ruin often found themselves lingering at the threshold, struck by a compulsion they could not describe. One woman, a seamstress, claimed she heard a lullaby drifting from the rafters, though no voice carried it. She turned to go, but her feet refused to move until the hush deepened, and in that hush she felt something pressed against her palms, weightless, warm, familiar. She never spoke of it afterward, only pressed her hands to her chest as if holding something she would never dare to show. One evening, just as the sun fled behind the ridge, the bell tolled 4 times. Each note struck the stone with such force that the remaining window panes cracked in fine webs. When the echoes died, no silence followed. Instead, a slow chorus rose, voices layered one atop another, pitched low and unhurried, breathing a single syllable in unison. No one who heard it agreed on what they had understood. Some swore it was a name. Others insisted it was only the sound of something drawing breath after too many seasons without lungs. The chapel doors swung inward as though welcoming an unseen congregation. No one crossed the threshold, but those who looked inside saw the pews arranged in a new geometry, turned inward so that each faced the empty cradle carved into the altar's base. A week later, the matron's chair was found again in the infirmary, though no one had carried it there. Its seat was dusted with pale hair, finer than any human strand, and its arms bore the imprints of hands that must have pressed them from within the wood itself. The ledger had been set in its lap, open to a page no one had the courage to read aloud. Those who dared to look claimed the ink shifted under their gaze, forming words only the witness could understand. A boy sent to retrieve his father's tools slipped inside and stood by the chair, his lips moving without sound. When his uncle dragged him away, the boy fought like an animal. Later, he told his mother the ledger had been reading him instead of the other way around. That night, lightning returned. No rain fell to cool the scorched air, and each flash illuminated the cot in the birthing room, the linen rising in time with the thunder. Some said the walls seemed to bulge outward, straining as if the ridge itself had labored too long under the weight of what it held. Others claimed the whole place inhaled in the darkness, drawing in the last of the night air before exhaling one long final breath. In the hush that followed, every door swung shut at once. The echoes rippled out across the floors, a final punctuation no witness could deny. When dawn returned, the cradle in the chapel was no longer empty. What lay within was wrapped too tight to see, bound in linen so white it glowed in the dim light. No one dared to peel it back. The townsfolk stood on the steps with their hats in their hands, each of them certain they were witnessing the fulfillment of something they had never chosen to inherit. Some wept, others only nodded, as if confirming a suspicion they'd carried their entire lives. When at last the wind stirred, it carried a hush so profound that all who felt it understood they were being invited not to witness, but to remember. The ridge had finished its vigil. What it had cradled now belonged to the world beyond its walls. Autumn slipped across the ridge in a hush that felt less like the end of a season than the closing of a long-held ledger. Trees along the road turned brittle and bare in a matter of days, their leaves swept away before they could carpet the path. By then, no one approached the gates without purpose, and even the bravest who ventured to the threshold rarely stepped across. Those who did returned altered, quieter, their eyes fixed on something just beyond ordinary sight. They would sit long hours in their kitchens, hands folded in their laps, lips moving in silent conversation, with whatever memory waited in the darkness behind their lids. No question could stir them. No comfort could ease the gravity that weighed their shoulders, as if they carried some unseen burden home. Inside the ridge, no single room remained unchanged. The birthing cot that had stood so many seasons at the center of its floor now lay empty, the linen folded with an exactness that defied any trembling hand. Yet all who peered through the cracked door agreed the hollow pressed into the mattress remained, darkened at the edges like a burn that never cooled. The walls around it had blistered under some impossible heat. Plaster curled away in strips to reveal smooth brick beneath, each length etched with a sigil none could decipher. In the hush you might imagine the marks shifted, if you stared too long, writhing into forms that hinted at words no tongue should dare attempt to pronounce. The chapel bore the most vivid change, though no record remained to confirm it. Every witness agreed the cradle, set into the altar, was gone. Only a shallow depression lingered where its shape had been carved, a negative space that glimmered with each stray beam of dawn light. The ledger lay closed atop it, bound again in linen so white it dazzled the eye. Those who claimed to see it from the doorway said they felt their breath hitch as if some unseen hand pressed gently against their ribs, steadying them for a moment that had already passed. And perhaps it had. No clock in the ridge marked the hours anymore. Every face lay shattered under a skin of dust, the minute hands frozen in positions no two visitors could agree upon. It was in the first week of October that the bell tolled its final peal. No witness heard it begin, only felt the vibration pass through the bones of the old asylum, and out across the field, a note so low it registered in the gut before the ear. A pair of men sent by the county to board the windows stood on the chapel steps as the tremor rose. They described the air going weightless, the horizon flattening into a pale seam before the sound receded and left the ridge unchanged in appearance, yet altered in some indelible way. The men did not linger to complete their task. When they returned to town, they sealed their report and left it unsigned. No one ever retrieved it from the archives. That night, a frost crept over the sills and settled in the corridors, though no cold had been forecast. Those who passed the grounds in wagons felt the chill seep into their bones, an ache that settled behind the heart and stayed long after the ridge vanished from view. One woman, old enough to remember when the ridge still housed the living, claimed she saw a procession moving behind the upper windows. Pale figures, each carrying something small wrapped in cloth, pacing the halls in patient circuit. She pressed her hand to her breast and began to weep, though she could not name the sorrow. When her husband asked what she had seen, she only shook her head and whispered that some births were never meant to end. Come dawn, no sign remained of the procession. Yet the old ledger stood once again on the altar, its cover marked by 2 small handprints pressed into the dust, as if someone had lifted it only hours before. No one dared to open it, and in time, even the most curious stopped returning. Weeds swallowed the road, vines braided over the eaves, and the ridge eased into its last vigil. It waited in a hush so complete that the world forgot it. Yet those whose grandmothers had walked its halls sometimes woke before dawn, breath caught in their throats, the shape of a cradle lingering behind their eyes. And in that moment between sleep and waking, they understood the truth that no record ever dared to state what the ridge cradled could not be named, could not be destroyed, and could never be returned to any earth that still bore the warmth of the living. The ridge stands in the quiet now, its windows blind to the world that forgot how to look back. Whatever was carried inside those walls, whatever was born, named, or buried, was never meant to be laid to rest. Some places hold their own kind of memory, a memory that waits with its hands outstretched, ready to cradle whoever dares to listen too closely. And you have listened, from the first hush that settled behind your ribs, to the last echo of a bell, no map records. You kept your vigil here. You traced the corridors, felt the slow exhale that pressed against the marrow, and learned what it means to remember something older than fear. Perhaps tonight you'll carry that hush with you. Perhaps when you close your eyes, you'll hear it breathing beside you, patient, unhurried, unwilling to let go. Year 1856 arrived with bitter frost, and a silence that curdled the air above Bitter Hollow's abandoned rail spur. No signs marked the cart path that split eastward from the disused junction, only a scattering of iron filings and crow feathers flattened into the frost. 4 figures travelled that route, 3 men cloaked in sable wool, and a veiled woman whose breath steamed from a mouth sewn shut by black cord. At the end of that path, an incline opened unnaturally, revealing foundation stones already laid, damp but waiting. Folk in neighbouring hollows claimed the land had never been cleared, yet no trees stood. Children kept from windows refused to sleep, facing east. Whispered prayers mentioned the ridge by shape, not by name. Black horses used for delivery returned with hoof prints burned into their fetlocks. No maps marked the incline. No sermons dared name the slope. Yet the gate appeared in iron, wide and open, as if always waiting. Before we begin, what time is it where you are? And where, precisely, are you listening from? Whisper it into the comments if you dare. Sometimes, the ridge listens back. Caligo Heights never earned a charter, nor did any rail agent file its name for ledger inclusion. County inventories mentioned quantities, cotton gauze, leather straps, surgical hooks, but never destinations. One requisition buried deep in the Eastern State Archival Register requested 14 child-sized manacles for recurring correctional subjects. Underneath that line, a faded scrawl read, "Returnings must not remember." Requests bore initials CHA, but lacked county stamps. Around that same season, Tobin Valace, a retired schoolmaster, abandoned his home without farewell. Neighbours found his house empty, glass removed from window panes, floor scrubbed bare, crucifix ash, spread in concentric rings beside the hearth. A single iron key lay in the ashes, free of soot, cool to the touch, with linen fibres curled tight around its shaft. Old men who saw it claimed their teeth ached from the memory of milk. Dogs refused to approach, and the hearth remained warm for 7 days after, though no fire had been lit. Stone walls at Caligo rose in silence, 12 feet high and windowless, These barriers encircled soil that locals swore still bled from its center. Ridgemen on hunting runs heard a strange pulsing from within, not quite music, not quite breath, closer to a womb echo remembered by flesh, but not mind. Roofing appeared overnight, a gabled structure with copper venting that never dulled, even beneath hail and lightning. A tanner passing through in summer claimed to see children in hospital linens lined at the western edge, all facing east, mouths covered by cloth. He died the same week, drowned in his own well, wrists tied behind him with fabric-bearing initials stitched in cradle thread. Rumors passed quickly. No one walked that ridge again by choice. Women nearing term felt pain in their gums when speaking the name aloud. School children forgot how to draw the letter C, and livestock began sleeping with heads pointed uphill. First arrival into confinement occurred on the 9th of April. A child of 12 delivered by wagon with her eyes stitched shut, but still weeping. Birth records could not confirm her origin. No surname followed her presence. Only a single glyph marked her file. M. Womb state persistent. Attending nurse wrote that the child hummed without pause, alternating between syllables only recorded in weathered nursery rhymes spoken in half-sleep. Walls of her chamber bore seams but no stitching, lined with crushed salt and dried milk. Staff complained of cradle rocking at odd intervals, though no furniture of that kind had ever been delivered. On the 6th night, all sound ceased. Her bed lay untouched. Beneath it, an infant cradle symbol had been traced in sugar and hair, surrounded by 6 pierced dots. No footprints led away from her quarters. A janitor who cleaned that wing refused to speak afterward. His mouth had been packed with straw. Timber for the chapel arrived from a drowned forest, rarely visible above the moor, pulled from swamp beds during moonless nights. Cross beams inside the structure bowed inward, and no figure ever hung on the altar's cradle-shaped centerpiece. Services convened only during unnatural eclipses, when sunlight bent strangely across the ward's latticed glass. No scriptures were read aloud, only entries from an old midwifery log penned in brown ink. No one took notes. Attendants returned with their names shortened or reversed. One adolescent, aged 9, insisted his name appeared inside the folds of the preacher's robe, stitched with teeth. When he fled the sermon, legs bent inward, he babbled a lullaby with neither melody nor rest. For 4 days his song drew birds to his window, crows who gathered silently, never feeding. On the 5th day, they dropped in rows, wings rigid, all facing east. Eye sockets were sealed with wax. Terminology inside the wards reflected birth origin, not pathology. Files listed patients as uncried, too early, returned, or mourned without dying. One girl marked as uncried exhibited no signs of respiration, yet warmed the bed with body heat and caused condensation to rise from window glass each morning. Attempts to test for breath revealed no lung function. On her 12th night, a nurse braided her hair out of boredom. Midway through, the girl opened her mouth and spoke in a dry cadence. She brushed already, do not bind the head twice. When asked for clarity, the child closed her eyes and whispered, "One thread remains." Nurse resigned the same evening. Both hands were discovered submerged in a basin of breast milk, fingers softened as if held for days. No heat had been applied to the liquid, yet steam drifted upward, carrying the smell of warmed linen and spoiled rosemary. Thread marks ringed both wrists. Third ward opened briefly, and no documentation survived to explain why closure occurred. Staff reports mentioned harmonic resonance from the lower drains, tones inconsistent with plumbing or pipe expansion, musical phrasing repeated during night shift, always between 2:13 and 2:21 a.m., a pattern likened to a mother shushing a child mid-contraction. Carpentry team dispatched to repair venting never returned. Tools were located atop the northern rooftop, arranged in the shape of a womb, in flour sacks beside the chimney. Locks of children's hair had been pressed into the seams. A janitor began sketching hallways that didn't appear on any blueprint, naming doors by organ and pathway. He referred to himself as the remembering mouth. His tongue, when examined, had been pierced with 3 black stitches made from braided nettle. Physicians claimed self-infliction. His gums bled when he attempted the word baptism. Mapping efforts initiated in 1859 by Bureau cartographer Esther Vale concluded within 3 days of her departure. Her horse returned without bridle, but bore salt-crusted hoofprints and hair matted with blood milk. Journal recovered from her saddlebag contained only 1 intact sentence. Structures observed exhibit cranial geometry, not architectural intent. Diagrams drawn in charcoal resembled wombs layered in stone, corridors twisted in reverse spirals, and doors labelled with sigils resembling umbilical clamps. Cartographers sent afterward refused to remain overnight. Each suffered nausea near the property line. The symbol X, used by Vale in her sketches to denote the centre of memory, later appeared carved into nursery walls across counties not known to host childbirth facilities. No one claimed those markings. Local children born after that year shared a single birthmark near the base of the neck, curved and pricked, like a half-stitched name. Every one of them dreamed of wet cradles rocking in dark rooms lined with breath. Autumn of 1860 brought quiet fog and newborns, with names already chosen. Midwives from nearby hollows began receiving letters without return stamps, summoning them for deliveries that no hospital ever recorded. One such letter reached Alpha Grimes, a healer of uncommon skill, known to calm breech births with only voice and willow steam. She departed on foot, carrying a satchel of dried rosehip and bone needles, never arriving at her declared destination. A week later, her apron was found nailed to a pine at the edge of the Caligo slope, still damp, bearing no blood. Beneath it, 7 cradles had been carved into the bark with a sharpened quill, each marked with the same date: returned, returned, returned. No grave followed her name in the Clark Hollow registry. A widower nearby claimed she passed by his home 3 days after vanishing, walking without shoes, eyes closed, lips humming a tune meant for the unborn. A new administrator arrived at Caligo that same season, sent not by state order, but by private summons. Records list his surname as Reverley, though birth documentation remains missing. Reverley moved into the east wing with a trunk of red-bound ledgers and a basin carved from antler and salt. Instead of desks, he installed cradles. Instead of clocks, he used breathing stones, flat river rocks placed on the windowsills, rising and falling, as if exhaling. Staff grew uneasy. One nurse quit after finding her own name sewn into the hem of a patient's blanket. Reverley conducted meetings at dusk, always with the windows sealed, always while holding a closed book tied with milkweed cord. No minutes were ever recorded. Visitors reported that hallway lamps dimmed when he passed, even unlit ones. A janitor once remarked, "He walks like he knows how long the womb takes to remember." That man disappeared the next morning, leaving only a molar beneath his cot. Children born within a 15-mile radius of Caligo began arriving with identical features: translucent brows, thumbs too short to grip, and an aversion to morning light. One physician noted that several infants flinched at prayers spoken aloud, yet calmed when the Lord's name was whispered backwards. Mothers who attempted baptism reported the water boiling, though no heat had been applied. Reports increased of infants humming, never crying, never laughing, only low tonal murmurs that matched the old lullabies catalogued in Caligo's earliest intake logs. Reverend Janus Greer, sent to investigate claims of diabolical influence, attended only one delivery before writing a letter to the state. That letter contained no punctuation and concluded with the sentence, "All these children have already been named beneath the ribs." Greer vanished in transit. His horse returned riderless, saddle dusted in salt and pinned with a thread-bound bundle, inside teeth arranged to spell the word "sistered." A staircase within Caligo's western wing became sealed by wall overnight. Masonry bore no cracks, yet one orderly swore he heard footsteps continuing upward where the wall now stood. That same week, staff discovered sketches etched into their wash basins: simple cradles, crescent moons inverted, tiny hands stitched at odd angles. No tool matched the carving. Paintings hung in the halls began shifting subtly. Figures once turned outward now faced away. One nurse claimed a portrait blinked. Her hair turned white within days. Rivoli ordered no repairs. Instead, he instructed that candles be placed at every third tile, with salt laid beneath them. Staff obeyed. Afterward, fewer whispers came from the drains. But once every month, at the third hour past midnight, the bells rang. Not the ward bells, not the chapel chimes, but something deeper, from beneath the foundation. A low tone like knuckles tapping in water. No one claimed to hear it first. Letters from former staff continued to arrive long after their departure. Pages stained, text slanted, sentences incomplete. Most contained apologies. One began with, "She has found my voice," and ended with blood. A package from ex-matron, Adeline Roan, included a bundle of silver rattles, each shaped differently. Some with keys, some with thorns, none with handles. She claimed they were used to soothe the ones still arriving. Her handwriting broke after that. No closing signature. Her residence burned weeks later. Only the mailbox survived, filled with ash and a pacifier shaped like a broken egg. When examined by county officers, the soot held a faint image. 3 stitched dots and a bent line. The same marking found on swaddles across the Caligo nursery. Adeline's name faded from public records. No marriage license. No death certificate. Yet across 5 counties, mothers began hearing lullabies in their sleep, each waking with the scent of antler marrow clinging to their hair. In late winter of 1861, a census taker assigned to districts near the ridge documented only 19 residents across the parish. Notes indicated confusion. Houses well kept, gardens maintained, chimney smoke visible, yet no occupants met. Inside one home, the table had been set for 3, with bowls filled halfway with salt water and marrow-stewed barley. A hairbrush lay on the floor beside a cradle that appeared never used, yet was still warm. That same evening, the census man recorded a name not included in any prior household survey: Bellis Reverli, age unknown, occupation, lullaby anchor. The handwriting did not match his own. Ink smudged across the page, bleeding in the shape of an inverted umbilical cord. After submitting the ledger, the census man vanished. Colleagues found his coat folded on the courthouse steps, pockets filled with ash, buttons replaced by infant teeth, polished smooth. His notebook smelled faintly of powdered milk and myrrh. By mid-spring, Caligo Heights grew quieter. No carriages arrived. No births recorded outside the ridge. And yet patience remained, unmoving, unspeaking, but always warm, always watching. Nurses noticed breathing, slowed to 1 inhale per hour. Mirrors inside the dormitories began to blur. Not with steam, but with something oily, milky, never quite dry. Reflections sometimes showed cradles in the background. One patient appeared twice. Feeding times became unpredictable. Trays left untouched, vanished by morning, replaced with napkins folded into wet crescents. Orderlies whispered that someone else had begun assisting overnight. Someone who left no prints, only the smell of church dust and womb salt. A newborn placed in observation that spring never blinked. On the 7th day, her skin began to flake, delicate, pink, like shedding parchment. Beneath the outer layer, no wound revealed itself. Only more skin, smoother, bearing a tiny stitched symbol behind the ear. That child's file disappeared from the shelf before her name could be written. During the final days of summer, thunder cracked without clouds. A sound like weeping wood echoed through the western corridor. Each dusk, cradles left untouched, rocked gently in rhythm to nothing. Rivoli ceased attending dusk meetings. His office remained locked, lightless, yet candle stubs vanished daily. Someone replaced them without flame. One morning, a basin of water placed outside the chapel door bore 5 floating stitches, each shaped like a cradle from below. No one admitted sewing them. 2 staff members claimed to wake beside them, stitched into the hems of their nightclothes. Cries echoed from beneath the floor, soft, desperate, rhythmic like breath, caught in silence. Walls warmed in pulses. Hallways began to curve. Direction became strange. Doors moved overnight. A nurse wrote in her report, "Memory is folding wrong." After that, all names on the intake board vanished. In their place, one word appeared in chalk, looping and faint. Returned. Autumn of 1861, unfurled with no wind, no bird migrations, no cries from the maternity ward. Within Caligo's walls, breath became a ritual, slowed, muted, uncertain. Patients in Ward 2 began synchronizing their sleep cycles without instruction. Dubabor de Mathieu in 61, with a dematation. C. Nurses found their arms bent in identical shapes. Upon waking, fingers curved into perfect cradles against their torsos. One girl blinked every 90 seconds on the dot, matching the swing of a nearby wall sconce that no one remembered installing. A corridor began to hum, not loudly, not persistently, but like fabric being drawn across a still body. Beneath the 3rd stair landing, a nurse discovered her own name etched into the stone, first name only, carved in backward strokes with no tool marks. That evening, her pillow was turned. Beneath it 3 infant teeth, and a patch of cradle thread. She wept without sound. Mouth moved, breath caught, but no cry emerged. Her voice returned 7 days later, different. In the following week, documentation in the East Wing began erasing itself. Patient names melted from paper. Ink bled through pages. Files formerly locked in cabinets appeared half buried in potted soil. Salt rings curling their edges. Rivoli no longer emerged during daylight. Lamps outside his chamber began glowing without oil. Meals placed near his door returned half-consumed. Crusts shaped into syllables, resembling pre-baptismal tongue. A delivery man arrived from Willing's Gap, bearing linens for the infirmary. Upon approaching the gate, his horse bolted. The driver, unable to speak after the incident, later drew an image from memory. A woman holding a stitched bundle, mouth threaded shut, eyes entirely white. Her feet stood in salt, her hands were covered in milk. When asked what she wanted, he wrote only, "Return the breath." Doctors dismissed his trauma as exhaustion. That night, the front gate vanished entirely. Nothing remained but nail holes in the stone and a cradle-shaped burn in the grass. Midwives from 3 counties fell ill the same month. One coughed thread, another bled salt, a third dreamed of a ledger she'd never seen, filled with names written in infant bone. She awoke with scratches on her thigh that traced the shape of the Caligo vent structure. None had ever visited the asylum, yet all 3 began speaking in cadence, repeating identical lullabies said to predate the ridge's construction. When asked about their condition, each responded, "We were called before breath." A priest investigating the correlation traced their lineage and discovered shared ancestry through a family known only for its disappearances. His final journal entry described a naming before life, a ritual predating Christian baptism, involving cradles carved into trees and blood drawn from the heel. His candle burned to smoke. He was found beneath his church steps, swaddled in his own vestments, mouth stuffed with feathers, body posed as if recently born. Sleepwalkers became common among Caligo staff. Orderlies woke beside beds, not their own. A surgeon appeared in the dormitory library, wearing a child's nightgown stitched with someone else's initials. Chalk lines appeared on the floor each morning, arcs drawn in cradle curvature, sometimes complete, sometimes broken, as if interrupted mid-trace. The phrase "not all were supposed to breathe" was discovered stitched into the hem of a nurse's uniform. She denied sewing it. Her hands bore pricks. Beneath her nails, milkweed, cradle linens began appearing damp, though the cistern had run dry weeks prior. Mirrors once used for pupil checks, fogged over in silent intervals. One patient, blind from birth, whispered the name Bellis each time nurses attempted to feed her. She'd never been taught the name. No known patient bore it. Rivoli's chambers remained sealed. A wax figure was discovered on his cot, shaped in fetal curl, bearing facial scars in the pattern of binding thread. That winter, the stone hearth in the nursery lit itself, flames bore no smoke, and ashes smelled of powdered sugar and teeth. One cradle rocked on its own, though no patient had been placed in it for weeks. Staff avoided the west-facing window. Through it, someone could be seen standing at dusk, always female, always veiled, always motionless. Beneath the chapel, water began rising, though no well existed. Drips echoed upward, not down. The chapel floor swelled like a stomach. Rituals once read from scripture were replaced by hums. Salt lost its bitterness. Every visitor left carrying something, hair coiled into rings, buttons sewn into the lining of their sleeves, cradle thread knotted into collar hems. An archivist tried to map the building. His final drawing showed no hallways, only curves leading back toward a center, labeled with the phrase, "Where the breath waits to begin." He left Caligo that evening, barefoot. His footprints stopped at the eastern gate. A child found wandering in the nearby wood claimed her name had been returned to her in a dream. She spoke backwards fluently. She sang to pine cones as if cradling them. Her tongue bore a sigil, 3 stitched dots, joined by a crescent curve. No birth record matched her description. Now birth record matched her description. Her memory held no parents, no town, only the phrase, "I was carried here in silence." At night she spoke to walls. One wall answered, plaster cracked, dust fell, and beneath the lath, an old name surfaced, Bellis Reveille. That discovery preceded the reappearance of the front gate, no longer iron, but woven entirely of vine and baby's breath. Hinges bore the scent of afterbirth, no lock was found. Behind it a new corridor stretched northeast, one not part of any original floor plan. At its end, a door shaped like a cradle, unlatched, warm, and just behind it, breath. Salt lines drawn at ward doors, no longer held. Each morning brought fresh smudging, curves traced inward, as though pulled by fingers too small to see. Nurses discovered dolls, made of cradle thread, knotted into their coat pockets, each bearing a single white stitch at the mouth. One patient, previously mute, awoke singing in a voice not her own. The song named names from records sealed before the asylum was chartered. One orderly, after hearing it, fell to his knees and muttered, "She remembers the ones still forming." His teeth loosened over the next week. Not one bled. All turned to powder. A cradle discovered in the laundry bore a fresh swaddle, one sewn with a patch bearing Reveille's name. He hadn't been seen in 6 nights. A nurse claimed the swaddle pulsed in her arms. Beneath it, no infant, only a hollowed book of hymns. Its pages bled when touched. No words remained legible. New maps of the region removed the ridge entirely. Lines curved around an absence. Surveyors sent by rail commission found no paths, no fences, yet heard lullabies through the brush. One fell ill after brushing against a tree whose bark bore cradle carvings. Another returned babbling in fetal position. At Caligo, no staff remained visible, but meals continued to appear. Patients, though unresponsive, all shifted westward in sleep. Their breath synchronized in uneven intervals, some long, some shallow, always paired. Bedsheets reeked of rosemary, salt, and wet stone. A child appeared in the corridor wearing a hospital gown stitched with date of admittance. To come. No one recognized her. No one could ask. Her eyes were sealed with thread, yet she moved without hesitation. One hand dragged a bundle wrapped in blanket, from which came the sound of fluid shifting, not water, not breath, just weight. She placed it at the nursery door and whispered, "Ready." Winter of 1862 did not arrive with snow. Instead, a long dampness crept beneath doors and into linen drawers, leaving salt rings around every object that had once held breath. Cups, basins, pillows, teeth. Outside Caligo's foundation, earth softened in unnatural rhythms, as though exhaling every 7 hours. No frost formed, but every window bore condensation on the inside. Staff who remained stopped tracking calendar dates. Days moved differently. The chapel bell rang on no schedule, yet always when no one stood beneath it. Nurses no longer touched the children directly. Each crib now bore signs etched into the wood, crescent loops, single thorns, inverted baptismal fonts carved shallow but deliberate. An attempt to sand one clean revealed not fresh grain, but a second layer beneath, darker wood already carved with the same mark. Older, deeper, pulsing with warmth. The third-floor gallery, once used for convalescent readings, changed without any order. Furniture reoriented itself toward the eastern wall. Portraits disappeared. In their place, blank canvases that remained warm to the touch and damp along the edges. When questioned about these changes, no one could recall moving anything. One clerk claimed the room rearranged itself every time a child's breath stopped. Cradles across 3 rooms swayed in unison whenever that door opened, though no drafts existed. In early February, a wet package arrived on the steps. No carriage tracks, no footprints, just a swaddled form lying at the chapel threshold. Staff unwrapped it slowly. Inside, a quilted bundle containing a smooth stone, a lock of pale hair tied with milkweed cord, and a letter written in reverse calligraphy. When mirrored, the letter read, "Bellis remembers, the air remembers, and the forgotten shall be cradled again." Reverley's office opened that night. The door swung wide with no hands upon it. Inside, no man sat. Only the cradle stood in the center, empty, though its cushion bore an indentation shaped not like a child, but like a closed book. No furniture remained. Walls were inscribed with cycles, names curled in spirals, dates that followed no year known to the state. At the baseboard, 3 phrases repeated over and over: return the mouth, stitch the witness, breathe what wasn't born. No one entered the room again. Spring of 1862 began with teeth, not falling from mouths, not harvested in violence, but appearing, clean and smooth, in impossible places. One nurse sweeping the nursery floor found 6 beneath a cradle, freshly lined with salt. A groundskeeper discovered another inside his pocket, tucked between a pair of wool gloves he hadn't worn since winter's start. A pair showed up, arranged on the windowsill of the 3rd-floor stairwell, facing outward in a precise line. Each bore carvings, micro scratches so small they could not be read until boiled in milk. Then the markings rose. Names etched not by hand, but by memory. Names of patients long discharged, some listed as stillborn, some never named at all. Yet every one was a record from within Caligo's own ledgers. When the head matron consulted the archived birth books, those entries had vanished. Blank pages now bore stains of rust, and thread lay coiled in the gutters, where staples once bound them. Sleep grew thinner. Staff no longer spoke above whispers, not from instruction, but instinct. Doors began opening only halfway. Cribs rocked to no rhythm. Hallways curved when no steps passed. One attendant, frightened by a draft that breathed upward from the floorboards, lifted the rug in Ward C and found a message stitched into the boards themselves. Long, looping, unnaturally clean. Not every mouth opens in time, but all remember. Children who still moved did so in choreographed rhythms. When one rolled, others followed. When one inhaled, 5 others exhaled. Some sang, not loudly, never intelligibly, but in tones of old blood, old salt, old wool. The sound echoed in Staff's sleep. Dreams followed pathways beneath buildings, corridors built not for walking, but for holding. Always damp, always warm, always pulsing with some small unformed thing that pressed back when met. In late March, an outsider entered uninvited, a physician from the outer counties, Dr. Finchley by name. He brought a physician's ledger and a set of sterilized blades, expecting to perform evaluations. He did not knock, he did not speak to staff. Instead he marched directly to the nursery and selected a child marked unclaimed. When asked by a trembling nurse what he intended, he replied, to separate memory from organ. He never touched the infant. Later that night, his tools were found rearranged in the shape of a cradle. His ledger now bore no names. Only one sentence repeated across each page. Do not name the form before the breath understands the ribs. His coat hung from the front gate the next morning, heavy with brine, pockets stuffed with used umbilical thread, and a rosary that had no cross. Only a tiny cradle formed of fingernail clippings. Finchley's name never appeared again in medical rolls. His handwriting showed up months later, sewn into the hem of a swaddle, found on a doorstep in Clark Hollow. Inside that bundle, a wax figure curled in silence, and a name no one dared say aloud. Late spring brought a silence so dense that even thunder refrained from crossing the ridge. Infirmary breath patterns fell into intervals of 31 seconds. Nurses no longer used lamps. Wicks drowned. No matches held flame past the nursery door. Cradles, though still and undisturbed, left dents in the floor, deeper than the stone allowed. Dust rose in spirals from no movement. One attendant placed her hand above a cradle, and felt warmth not from skin, but memory, like touching the ghost of a breath never taken. Walls grew soft in humidity that hadn't arrived. Ceilings dripped in patterns, not moisture. On closer inspection, the drips formed sigils, stitched loops, fetal glyphs. The letter M turned on its side. The midwife who recognized the pattern fainted. Upon waking, she spoke of a tunnel beneath the chapel, a tunnel lined not in stone, but in tooth enamel and cradle slats, each numbered in breath counts, not steps. An attempt to excavate beneath the chapel was made by 2 junior staff. Neither returned. A rope lowered down the stairwell came back wet, dripping with something that looked like milk but smelled of charred cloth. Days later, a waxen bundle rose to the floor's surface in the east dormitory, bobbing gently inside a water basin that hadn't held liquid in months. Inside the bundle, a braid made of hair and surgical thread, wound so tightly it cracked the fingers of the man who attempted to unravel it. Beneath the braid, someone had placed an open eye, not glass, not real, but sewn from paper, crushed rosemary, and dried blood. When it dried, it blinked once and fell apart. Cries returned that month, not from newborns, but from the walls. Cracks opened in places once solid. One nurse leaned too close, and heard her own name repeated in syllables that mimicked a child learning to speak. That same nurse lost her reflection. Every mirror showed her as swaddled, mouth covered, limbs bundled in salt bandage. Her twin sister, who worked in the kitchen, woke screaming with 3 names stitched into her apron. None belonged to her. One did not belong to any living record, but when matched to the old burial register, that name had been struck out twice, once with ink, once with ash. It read, Bellis Reverli. At dusk on the longest day, every cradle turned. No wind, no hands. They simply shifted, as if instructed. All now faced the chapel. Bells rang. No ropes were pulled. Staff covered their ears. Children began humming in reverse, sounds rising from the throat without effort, like muscle memory. The same melody echoed from the lowest ward, where no one had entered in months. A window opened of its own accord. Moths poured inward, all white, all silent, each carrying thread in their legs. By nightfall not a single door remained where it had been. Hallways now curved inward, floors tilted slightly toward a new center. Cradle slats across every room bore the same word, not carved but grown in the grain itself, named. Beneath it, another, undone. Summer crept through the ribs of Caligo Heights, not with heat, but with humidity that clung to the roof beams like breath. Linen would not dry. Bread would not rise. Every cloth in the infirmary remained damp even after flame, as if the air itself rejected finality. No visitors arrived. No letters passed through. Calendars began showing the same date again and again. June 19th, written in 3 different hands on 3 separate walls. None of the ink matched. When the blacksmith from Dawson Hill delivered a new hinge for the nursery door, his cart returned without him. Harnesses folded neatly, saddle soaked in myrrh. A tooth was found resting atop the seat. Too large for a child, too smooth for age. Its crown bore a groove shaped like the letter B, turned inward. No one claimed it. no one dared keep it. Children continued humming, even when their mouths remained stitched. Staff stopped using names altogether. Each infant was now identified by breath pattern and cradle position. Second breath, third cradle, first watch, bottom east. A new rhythm emerged among them, not musical, but liturgical. When one turned, two followed. When one blinked, five closed their eyes. When one stopped breathing for a span of 3 minutes, every child's pulse halted in tandem, only to resume after a nurse whispered a name none of them had ever written. That name, later scratched into the chapel wood by a trembling matron, appeared the next morning sewn into every uniform. Thread matched no known fabric, translucent, cool to the touch, smelling faintly of colostrum and candle soot. Rivoli's journal surfaced again in the third ward, though no one admitted finding it. Bound in leather warped by salt, its pages wept moisture even in dry air. Most entries were illegible, warped by fluid, but one passage remained sharp. She remembers because she was made to wait. Waiting is the shape of breath before time gives it flesh. Below the entry, a symbol had been drawn in blood, 3 concentric arcs encircling a cradle with a single tooth laid across its base. Nurses began pinning copies of it to their collars without instruction. None could recall why. One claimed to have dreamt the symbol inside her own womb. Another found it carved into her hairbrush handle, etched from the inside of the wood. Cries resumed after that, not from pain, but from absence. Infants cried only when alone. If swaddled together, they made no sound, but the linens trembled with motion. One crib bore a stitched message along its edge. We knew each other before breath and before shape. That same crib collapsed the next night, though no child had been placed inside for a week. Within the splinters, a single nail had been bent to form the letter R. A nurse recognized it from her birth certificate, which she'd burned decades earlier. She left the grounds barefoot, humming a lullaby in a key that no instrument could follow. By midsummer, the architecture of Caligo Heights no longer obeyed the blueprints. Corridors extended without cause, curving inward toward unseen centers. Footsteps echoed differently, first shallow, then delayed, then not at all. A hallway once believed to end in the eastern ward, now opened into a spiral stairwell, wrapped in swaddle fabric, frayed along the edges, threaded with crushed bone and fine blonde hair. No records mentioned the stairwell, yet when a nurse descended with candle in hand, the flame bent backward. Air no longer flowed down, breath climbed upward from beneath. She returned without shoes, no candle, her palms coated in milk soot. When questioned, she said only, "It watches when we forget we were once waiting." The air near the nursery thickened, not warm, not noxious, just heavy, like a cradle, never fully emptied. Blankets placed near the cribs refused to lie flat. Instead, they curled inward, shaped around nothing, as if remembering a weight no longer there. Each morning, attendants found chairs misaligned by inches, not enough to alarm, but enough to suggest something had moved among them while they slept. Teeth reappeared in drawers, arranged in the shape of an open mouth. Salt lines drawn in prayer arcs no longer held their form, scattered by moisture that came from within the floorboards, not above them. One patient, a girl listed only as retained, began speaking during sleep. Her voice changed with each session, once maternal, once infantile, once in tandem with another voice that did not belong to her throat. Her breath slowed each night to half its natural pace, then reversed. Nurses timed her with candles. Each exhale lasted the length of a taper's burn. On the 7th night, she whispered, "Bellis is folding." That same night, wind struck the west tower, though no windows shattered. When staff entered at dawn, the walls had softened, plaster melted into curves like a womb traced in ash. Within one wall, a face had pressed forward, not fully emerged, just the suggestion of eyes, and a closed mouth, stitched in thread so faint it could not be unraveled. Visitors arrived unannounced, unregistered, women dressed in widow's lace, each bearing bundles wrapped in cradle cloths. No carts, no announcements, just the silent arrival through the field, one by one, each placing her bundle beside the chapel steps before vanishing into the mist. Inside the bundles, hair swaddle thread, folded notes with no writing, and one item unique to each: a pacifier made of teeth, a bonnet laced with moss, a spoon carved from antler, marked with a cross that bent wrong. No one followed the women. The bundles remained. Infants stopped crying that night. No sobs, no breath, just movement. The gentle rocking of cribs in perfect synchrony with no visible hand. Nurses began hearing names in their sleep, names not spoken aloud, since their own births. None could remember who first whispered, "She has returned." Dawn no longer touched the eastern wing. Light arrived late, bent oddly, fragmented through glass that hadn't been stained, but now glowed amber and red along its seams. Those rays carried no warmth. Beds felt colder under them. Cradles grew warm. A nurse described the air in that wing as watery, though no mist could be seen. Her journal, later found tucked beneath a floorboard, recorded the phrase "the house is breathing again" 9 times across 3 pages. On the 10th, a sketch, rough and trembling, showed the building curled like an infant, each wing wrapped around a hollow center where the chapel should be. Below the drawing, 1 sentence: "The middle must be filled." That same week, chapel bells rang 13 times at noon, though no one had touched the pull rope since Reverley's last appearance. Upon inspection, the rope was missing entirely. In its place, a thread woven from infant hair, spliced with salt crust. Hanging from its end a key. No door fit its teeth, yet the key moved. First placed on the altar, then found inside the infirmary desk drawer, later discovered beneath the mattress of a child who had not yet been born. Her file read "expected soon," but bore no dates. When nurses questioned the administrator, he replied only, "She will bring her own time." Walls in the west wing now pulsed, not visibly, not always, but with rhythm. Hearts aligned with that rhythm. Children shifted in their cribs with it. Nurses reported nausea, as if standing on a boat in shallow water. One attendant confessed to dreaming she was nursing a child without a face. When she woke, milk stained her collar. She had never been with child. No one questioned her. Everyone smelled rosemary and salt that day, though no herbs had been burned, and the kitchen stove remained cold. In one cradle, a waxen bundle appeared, warm, silent, faintly pulsing. No one dared unwrap it. Instead, it was placed in the center of the old reading room, where the floorboards had begun curling upward, like petals bracing for flame. The cradle remained untouched for 3 nights. On the 4th, nurses found the bundle unwrapped. No infant lay within, just a page torn from Reveille's journal, and a length of stitched linen still wet with breath. The page read, "She is no longer memory, she is vessel." After that, infants began vanishing, not all at once, not violently, just absent. One night present, the next only a name carved into the cradle, not carved by hand, grown into the wood, like birth rings in a tree. Cribs remained warm, thread still curled where limbs had once rested. No one reported screams, only the sound of rocking, the kind that comes from waiting too long in silence. One nurse, before fleeing, scrawled a single phrase in salt across the nursery floor: "Her breath is not ours." By sunrise, Caligo's chapel door no longer opened. Windows clouded from within, names slipped from memory, maps blurred at the ridge. Cradles remained, full of nothing, yet warm. Fog returned without shape. No wisps, no coils, only a wall of air so dense that Caligo vanished beneath it, swallowed from all directions at once. No bird crossed above. No hoof struck its gravel path. The ridge lost its name on every surveyor's page. Compass needles spun without rest, drawing slow circles across blank parchment. Salt rings evaporated by noon. Doors locked themselves from within. Every cradle remained warm. Within the chapel, candles burned backward, wax rising toward the wick in defiance of heat. A matron who witnessed it fled into the stairwell and never reached the bottom. The apron was found wrapped around a journal. The name on the cover, Bellis Reveille. Pages within were stitched, not written. sentences knotted in milk thread, shapes woven into margins, wombs curling into spiral staircases, windows shaped like cribs, lungs filled not with air but soil. Her last entry had been stitched into the spine. She watches from beneath the map. Walls no longer met at right angles. Hallways bent, like limbs long since broken, and reset wrong. Floorboards creaked not from weight, but from breath held too long. Each sound echoed inward, never outward. Nurses ceased speaking. Their voices no longer followed them. One tried to sing a lullaby. Only foam came out, white and warm, clinging to her lips like afterbirth. Her reflection blinked without her. Eyes shown in mirrors no longer matched the faces they echoed. One child appeared in every polished surface, always curled, always silent, always holding something wrapped in a blanket. No staff claimed the child. All recognized her. Infants stopped breathing in rhythm. Each found their own pace, their own ritual. Cribs rocked before being touched. Blankets folded themselves. One child sat upright for hours, staring at the chapel. When approached, she whispered, "My name was taken before I was given breath. I have borrowed hers." Her fingers had grown long and narrow, shaped like roots. Nurses drew back in fear. She left a patch of thread on each of their pillows. The following night, wet, faintly pulsing, scented like warmed milk and river rock. Maps removed Caligo entirely. No roads led there. Travelers forgot the region. Horses would not pass its old trails. But deliveries still arrived, bundles wrapped in burlap and tied with antler cord. Each bore no return address, only a sigil, a tooth within a cradle, encircled by 3 arcs. Inside old swaddles, umbilical thread, pacifiers carved from stone and shell. One package contained an infant's bonnet soaked in rosemary water. Another held only breath, warm, caught in a sealed jar, still moving. Within the old observation room, a wax figure sat at the center, dressed in salt-bleached linens, hands folded, cradle thread, tied at the wrist. No face remained, just a hollow where breath should begin. The figure pulsed once, then settled. Rivoli's voice, long forgotten, echoed faintly from the walls. No breath is ever truly gone, only returned where it waited. Night fell longer than it had any right to. Candles, once steady, flickered backward, dimming at their cores while brightening toward the wick. Cradles now rocked without rhythm, not soothing but counting, pauses between movements matching the breath intervals of someone not present. Floorboards hummed faint and constant, like a voice heard beneath a body of water. Infirmary linens resisted folding, curling toward cradle centers, no longer occupied. At every doorway, salt scattered into the same shape, a spiral cradle, tight at the center, dissolving at its edge. No hand laid it. Every nurse denied involvement. Yet the mark appeared fresh each dawn, warm to the touch, damp with something sweeter than milk, and thicker than sweat. Children had ceased speaking, but not remembering. Each one now bore the same mark at the base of the skull, a stitch-like scar, shaped like the letter B, inverted and closed. Those born after midsummer blinked at the same moment, always facing east, never at the same time of day, but always before someone left. Each exit was marked by a silence deeper than sleep. When one nurse resigned in terror, her name vanished from the staff ledger within hours. Her boots were found in the observation cradle, soaked through, soles stuffed with pacifiers made of carved bone. No resignation letter ever surfaced. Her name was never spoken again. The figure known only as Bellis began appearing in the reflections of staff who no longer believed. Her presence never direct, just over the shoulder, behind candlelight, across chapel glass. In each case, she stood swaddled, holding an unlabeled bundle. No one saw her walk, no sound announced her, yet nurses reported the same scent upon her absence: salt, rosemary, and damp wool. One attendant collapsed after seeing her 3 times in one day. When revived, her breath had changed direction. Inhalation came from her belly, exhalation from the soles of her feet. The physician marked the phenomenon as inverted respiration syndrome. His report burned without a source, His clipboard turned to cradle thread in the night. Maps from surrounding counties now bore burn marks where Caligo once sat. Not flames, but erasures, paper thinned to translucency, shaped like a closed eye. Postal records lost their roots. Families forgot birthplaces. Cribs that once held children now contain journals filled with reversed Latin, phrases looped around drawings of spiral staircases, built from wombs. One phrase repeated, "Her breath is memory. Memory cannot die." By the month's end all windows in the east wing had clouded from within. Staff placed their hands upon the panes and pulled away fingers that dripped milk. When bottled it did not spoil. Instead it thickened, pulsing faintly, emitting warmth. A nurse dreamt of pouring it into the mouth of an unborn child. She awoke holding a bottle. Its stopper had been sealed with wax shaped like an ear. Beneath the bottle, on her sheets, someone had stitched a single line of thread. She now breathes where names collapse. No sound followed the final disappearance. Not a bell, not a breath. Cradles remained swaying, but only in memory. Sheets lay flattened, yet held warmth that did not fade. A stillness settled into the walls, not empty, not peaceful, but waiting. Chapel stones pulsed underfoot, as though something once buried beneath had risen, just enough to watch. No longer did staff report movements in the halls. No longer did infants cry. Stillness took root, not from silence, but from fulfillment. Nurses whispered to one another, when courage allowed, that Caligo had birthed itself. Inside the chapel, wax melted upward once more, leaving the floor free of residue. The altar stood bare, but beside it, a new bundle rested, not swaddled but curled, as if the object within had folded itself. No hand dared unwrap it. A nurse who stood closest reported hearing breath from within, soft and slow, like a final inhale taken centuries ago, and never exhaled. Around the bundle, the chapel tiles bore hairline fractures, aligned into a map that no compass could follow. Spirals within spirals, rooms within rooms. A single word sat at the center of the pattern, scrawled in iron powder and breast milk, remembered. Mirrors across the asylum no longer reflected those who entered. Instead, each revealed a child seated in a cradle, surrounded by figures cloaked in salt-dusted veils. Each figure held a book. None opened it. In one mirror, a nurse saw herself as a newborn, eyes open, swaddled in linen, bearing the initials RB, initials she had never been given. Yet the birthmark on her neck matched the one drawn in Reveille's journal, 3 arches beneath a crescent. That same day, her fingerprints faded. Her name vanished from the registry. When she tried to speak, salt fell from her tongue like ash from a spent fire. The foundations of Caligo softened into curves. Rooms once rectangular now bowed gently inward, as if drawn toward a center still hidden. The chapel no longer opened. Doors led not to other rooms, but to versions of the same one. Cradles set in stone, walls lined with threads that pulsed faintly in time with some unseen breath. Patients stopped moving, yet beds remained warm. Stethoscopes recorded faint lullabies instead of heartbeats. One physician began charting the rhythm, and discovered it matched the hymns used in childbirth rites long outlawed in the region. He burned his notes, but the melody remained in his throat, involuntarily hummed every time he stood within 20 feet of the old nursery. One final journal entry appeared on Reveille's desk, stitched with milk thread across linen pulled from the altar. No one confessed to writing it. No ink had been used. The cloth bore a single message: all breath returns to its cradle. Bellis was the first. She is not the last. By year's end, Caligo Heights ceased to appear on any document. Cradles remained empty. Walls grew warm. Wind passed through without touching anything. But every nurse who once stepped inside carried the same dream until her death. A child humming in the dark, swaying gently, waiting to be named again. No breath truly disappears. Not if it waited first. Not if it curled itself into the shape of a name long before it ever drew air. Some believe Caligo Heights fell to fire. Others say it never stood at all. No structure remains. No blueprint survived. And yet nurses still wake with salt under their pillows. Cribs still sway in empty nurseries. and dreams still hum that same untraceable melody, just loud enough to silence memory. Surveyors now avoid the ridge. Fog holds where it shouldn't. Families forget where their youngest were born, and every so often, a bundle appears at the doorstep of a chapel too old to name. Still warm, still breathing, still silent. Nothing remains on the map, but something remains beneath. If you've reached the end, you've stepped closer than most. Let us know where you heard this from, unless of course your name is already written where breath begins. You've been listening to Unholy Ledger. Until the next forgotten page is unsealed, wait in silence, and remember gently. In the year 1858, when the hills of Western Virginia still went by no name, recognized by any government clerk, the asylum rose from the red clay like a thing half buried and already rotting. Its brick walls were said to sweat in the summer, exhaling a sour humidity that clung to skin even after you'd left. Locals called it Trans-Allegheny, though the deeds referred to it only as the Western Lunatic Hospital, as if such bluntness might lessen its appetite. The construction took years, interrupted by winters so cold, the mortar cracked, and by labourers who vanished without record. Those who remained claimed they heard knocking from inside the walls long before the roof was laid. Patient, rhythmic tapping, like someone politely insisting they'd been there first. And when the final cornerstone was set, an old stonemason, half-blind and nearly toothless, muttered that no sane man would live to see the place finished. He was found dead before the week was out, seated upright in his chair, eyes open, hands folded, as if waiting to be counted. Before we wander any deeper into these halls, tell me, where are you watching from, and what hour has found you there? Share it in the comments below, so we'll know how far these old walls have reached tonight. Wagons arrived by dawn, each bearing patients wrapped in quilts, too thin to ward off the valley's cold, or the stares of those who gathered along the roadside. Their names were inked into a ledger, so brittle that whole pages dissolved beneath the clerk's pen. Some had been committed for melancholy, others for mania, but many for reasons no one dared articulate. Restless sleep, sudden weeping, or the quiet curse of being born in the wrong bloodline. Among them travelled a woman called Temperance Ward, who hadn't spoken a syllable in 3 years. She clutched a wooden rattle, its handle stained near black. When an orderly reached to take it, she lifted her chin and parted her lips to show a row of teeth filed down to points fine as sewing needles. No explanation ever came. She never answered a question. But when the man insisted on prying the rattle from her hands, she clamped her mouth on his wrist and did not release it until bone gave way. From that day, she was confined beneath the main hall, sealed in a windowless chamber where every candle's flame burned a sickly blue and the walls wept a chalky moisture that stained her gown. Records from that first winter spoke in the careful language of administrators, notations of inventory, incidents, repairs. Yet hidden between the lines lay a quiet dread no ink could disguise. Nurses began complaining of sounds beneath the floorboards, small, delicate tapping that travelled from room to room as though following their steps. One woman, a matron named Eliza Brandt, claimed she heard breathing behind her whenever she bent to change a patient's dressing. She left without collecting her pay, abandoning her uniform folded in the corridor. The garment was discovered hours later, stiff with frost, though no window stood open. No explanation satisfied the staff who remained. They hung crosses over door frames and refused to speak. Temperance Ward's name after dusk. Some swore she had never stopped humming, that the thin, childish melody drifted up through the vents each night, weaving its way into the dreams of the newly arrived. By spring, 3 attendants had been committed themselves, unable to recall their own names or explain why their palms bore identical crescent scars that no surgeon could remove. Spring did little to ease the asylum's appetite. Rain pooled in the courtyard until the mud swallowed boots to the ankle, and the walls darkened to the colour of liver. A boy named Nathaniel Peake, committed for what his mother called fits of unprovoked laughter, was found standing waist-deep in the flooded yard. arms raised as if welcoming something only he could see. When pulled free, he bore a ring of bruises around his throat, perfectly even, too narrow for any human hand. He did not speak again. Orderlies swore the water remained clear, despite the rot that consumed every beam and sill. One morning, a visiting inspector from Charleston slipped in the hall and fell to his knees. He insisted a hand had reached from beneath the boards to grip his ankle. His report omitted the claim, but he left before sunset, vowing never to return. Those who remained began to note how the building's angles no longer aligned. Doors hung crooked, floors sloped, and the chapel's stained glass shivered in still air. No repairs ever held. At the close of May, a patient ledger vanished from the administrator's office, though no lock had been forced and no key misplaced. The clerk responsible for its safekeeping resigned the following day, muttering that the pages had turned on their own. Later that week, the ledger was discovered in the south wing's disused nursery, propped open on a cradle that no one recalled moving there. Each page had been marked with a single word scrawled in brown ink: hours. Beneath the cradle lay a pile of small, identical bundles wrapped in linen, each no larger than a man's fist. When unwrapped, they revealed knots of hair coiled around slivers of bone. A physician sent to examine them claimed they were remnants of stillbirths, but no record could prove it. That night, a nurse passing the nursery swore she saw the cradle rocking without a hand to guide it. She fled the asylum before dawn, leaving behind only her apron and a note that read, "They never wanted to be named." Storms rolled through in early June, bringing a restless wind that rattled every latch and hinge. Patients complained of voices rising through the floor, as if the asylum itself had begun to speak. A man called Isaac Withers, once a circuit preacher, began reciting scripture in reverse, his eyes fixed on the ceiling as though reading something no one else could see. When an attendant attempted to quiet him, he pressed both hands flat against the wall and whispered that the bricks were breathing. Days later, a faint imprint appeared on the plaster outside his cell, 2 small handprints set too high for any patient to reach. Staff tried to paint over them, but the marks bled through in the night, darker than before. The asylum's steward, who prided himself on practical explanations, declared it a trick of damp and mildew. Yet each morning, he found his office door ajar, and a thin trail of muddy footprints circling his desk in perfect patient loops. By midsummer, the staff had grown wary of counting the patients aloud. Each attempt ended in confusion, tallies that never matched the roster, numbers that shifted between dawn and dusk. A woman named Charity Lowry, committed for persistent delusions of maternity, insisted she had birthed 3 children within the walls, despite no evidence of pregnancy. She refused meals, cradled empty blankets, and hummed lullabies no nurse could identify. When the physician pressed her for details, she lifted her gown to reveal a series of stitched incisions across her abdomen, each marked with a single black thread knotted tight. The wounds were fresh, but no blood stained the sheets. That evening, an orderly tasked with sitting vigil over her quarters vanished without a sound. His lantern was later found still lit beside her bed, its glass chimney etched with a ring of letters no one could decipher. Charity sat upright, humming, eyes fixed on the door, as if waiting for someone expected long before she was born. By the time autumn crept down the valley, the asylum had begun to feel less like a place, and more like a creature, breathing, remembering, hungry in ways no record could capture. The walls wept in the evenings, a thin, sticky fluid that left a sour smell in the corridors. A child named Elsie Dunn, no older than 7, arrived under a cloud of scandal, her family refusing to speak of what had driven them to sign her over. She never spoke, never cried, only watched with a gaze too steady for her age. Each dawn, staff found her standing barefoot in the hall, hands clasped around a scrap of muslin that had not been there the night before. When an attendant tried to take it, she turned her head and whispered, "It's mine." No one pressed her after that. In the West Wing, doors began opening without cause, hinges creaking in the small hours, as if greeting something unseen. Those who dared pass after dark claimed to hear the rattle of wheels, an old pram rolling slowly across the tiled floor, though no child had ever been recorded in that wing. Fog settled over the asylum as October arrived, thick enough to swallow the lantern light before it reached the ground. Each evening, the air turned heavy, scented with something halfway between sour milk and rust. Orderlies began wearing sprigs of sage pinned to their lapels, though none would say exactly why. In the records, this season was noted only as the months of persistent damp. Unofficially, it was when the dreams began. Nurses waking in the night found themselves clutching handfuls of straw or shreds of gauze, knotted tight as umbilical cords. Patients who had never spoken before began murmuring in sleep, reciting names no staff could trace. One morning, a kitchen maid discovered the service hallway lined with bowls, each filled to the brim with a clear, glistening liquid that smelled of brine. When she tried to move them, her hands began to blister, small red welts forming in perfect circles across her palms. She left before the week's end, claiming she would rather starve than feed that place another day. Rumors spread that the building's foundations had begun to shift. Floors sloped in places that once lay flat, and door frames twisted just enough that no key turned cleanly in any lock. A carpenter summoned from Clarksburg examined the timbers and declared the walls were warping inward, as if the asylum meant to fold itself around whatever it held. During his inspection, he discovered a narrow cavity behind the old maternity ward, a hidden space no blueprint recorded. Inside waited a single iron crib, its bars rusted through, the mattress long rotted away. At its center lay a small heap of linen bandages, arranged in a crude bundle. When the carpenter tried to remove it, the cloth dissolved at his touch, leaving behind a smear the color of spoiled cream. He refused to finish the job. Before he left, he nailed shut the door to the ward and painted a rough cross across the lintel. By dawn the cross had faded, and the door hung open again, breathing cool air into the hallway as though the room itself exhaled. Nights grew longer, stretching into a darkness so complete that even the oil lamps seemed to shrink from it. Patients began to vanish without record, their beds left cold but undisturbed. A woman called Mercy Clean, committed for restless confinement of spirit, was the first whose absence drew alarm. Her cell remained locked, no sign of forced entry or struggle. Only her gown was found, folded neatly across the cot, with a single black thread laid on top. Staff whispered that she had been claimed, though no one said by whom. The matron in charge insisted it was a clerical error, that Mercy had been transferred to a hospital further east. Yet the ledgers showed no such request, and the driver who made the weekly deliveries swore he'd carried no passenger that morning. Within days, 2 more patients disappeared the same way. No note, no witness, no trace but the faint scent of brine that clung to the stone. Those who remained began to dread the hours just before dawn, when the asylum fell quiet enough to hear the walls shifting, settling into shapes no architect had ever drawn. At the first frost, the asylum's chapel fell silent. No bell tolled the hours, though its rope remained intact. Staff claimed the silence felt thicker than any hymn, pressing against the eardrums until breathing itself became an effort. The chaplain, a stooped man with little appetite for superstition, persisted in holding services for the few patients permitted attendance. One morning, he arrived to find every pew overturned, arranged in a spiral around the pulpit. At the center lay a shallow brass basin, filled with water that steamed despite the cold. Floating within, a single lock of dark hair curled in slow circles. He tried to drain the basin, but the water would not lower. By nightfall, he took to locking the chapel doors and sealing them with a line of salt. Even so, staff reported hearing footsteps pacing the aisle, measured and patient, as though someone rehearsed a procession no living witness would ever see. On the 6th evening, the chaplain failed to appear for supper. His chambers stood empty, save for his boots, placed side by side beneath the cross. Snow arrived early that year, blanketing the asylum grounds in a muffling hush that made every sound feel borrowed. In the south wing, nurses began finding small bundles placed outside patient doors, scraps of cloth tied with twine, each marked by a crude symbol burned into the fabric. No two were the same, but all resembled some variation of a cradle or a closed eye. One attendant, braver than most, untied a bundle and found inside a tiny jawbone, polished clean and warm to the touch. She did not return the next morning. Her shift apron was discovered in the laundry, damp with something that smelled of milk left too long in the sun. Patients grew restless, especially those who had been silent for years. They began to murmur in the dark, calling out names that had never appeared in any admission record. When the steward tried to discipline them, his keys went missing. Days later, they were discovered in the old furnace room, arranged in a circle on the floor, each tagged with a strip of paper bearing a single word: ours. A visiting doctor from Philadelphia arrived just after the new year, drawn by rumors of the asylum's unusual cases. He carried a leather case of instruments, polished to a mirror sheen, and a conviction that no affliction existed without a rational cause. During his rounds, he insisted on examining every patient, recording each symptom in a ledger of fine parchment. By his second night, he confessed privately to the matron that something had unsettled him. 3 patients, confined in separate wards, all bore the same thin scar, just below the rib cage. Each claimed they had been opened while they slept, though none showed any sign of infection or bruising. The doctor attempted to dress the wounds, but the sutures refused to hold, the skin parting again within the hour. On his final evening, he resolved to visit Temperance Ward's cell, the place every staff member avoided after dark. He was never seen again. At dawn, the leather case lay outside her door, each instrument meticulously cleaned and arranged, blades facing inward as though waiting for hands that never trembled. By early February, the asylum no longer kept proper count of the living. Ledgers fell into disuse, records half finished and left to yellow on the administrator's desk. Staff spoke in hushed voices, if they spoke at all, and took to carrying iron keys around their necks, though none trusted any lock to hold. Patients began gathering in corners without prompting, clustering around unseen anchors, as if drawn by some private gravity. One woman was found seated beneath the main stairwell, hands folded over her belly. When the nurse called her name, she lifted her face to reveal her mouth had been stitched shut, each thread looped in a perfect figure 8. No blood marred her chin, no struggle showed in her posture. She only blinked once, slow and deliberate, before lowering her gaze to the floor. That night, a chill swept the halls so sharp it split the plaster in the chapel. Along the fissure, dark moisture welled up, thick, translucent, and smelling faintly of salt. No one dared touch it. Wind rose with the equinox, carrying a keening cry that no one could locate. It seeped through the walls, thinned at the corners of locked doors, and threaded itself into the sleep of every living soul inside. Nurses woke, with their hair braided into tight plaits. They had no memory of tying. Orderlies found small footprints, pressed into the dust of rooms long sealed. In the eastern wing, a caretaker discovered every bed stripped of linens, the sheets folded into bundles at the foot of each mattress. Tucked within each bundle lay a single black thread and a scrap of parchment bearing a single word. Again, patients who still spoke began to ask after children no one had heard of, recounting lullabies in voices cracked and paper dry. One morning, a boy committed for violent visions was found standing in the chapel doorway, his gown soaked to the hem, as though he'd waded through a river none could see. He lifted his arms and whispered, "They have all been born twice." After that, he never spoke again, though each dawn, his lips moved silently, as if reciting names only the asylum could remember. Late March brought a thaw that did nothing to ease the asylum's unease. Snow retreated into the gutters, uncovering things no one recalled, losing a child's rattle, crusted in frost, an iron cot propped against the garden wall, a coil of linen stained the colour of old bruises. In the main hall, the portraits of benefactors began to slip their hooks, crashing to the floor in the small hours. Each frame shattered the same way, a single diagonal crack across the glass. The matron ordered them removed, but by the following evening, they reappeared, rehung in perfect rows. A laundress tasked with collecting linens from the upper floors refused to return to her post after she found a cradle perched on the landing, its rocker still moving, though no draft stirred the air. She swore she heard breathing from inside it, measured and faint, and something softer beneath it, like a heartbeat muffled by old cloth. When she gathered her courage to look, the cradle stood empty, lined only with a layer of salt and a single black feather that smelled of warm milk. By April, the asylum's doors no longer stayed shut. Locks once trusted to hold against any outburst began to fail, latches slipping open in the dark, as though turned by an unseen hand. Patients were found wandering in the corridors, eyes glazed, voices low with the same three-note hum that no nurse could place. A man called Samuel Creedy, committed for setting fire to his own fields, was discovered in the old maternity ward, standing before a row of empty cradles that no record mentioned. When approached, he lifted his hands to reveal the palms were cross-hatched with tiny cuts, each filled with salt. He smiled and whispered, "They are still waiting." No one dared ask for explanation. That night, the steward finally consented to sealing the wing. Yet by dawn, the cradles had vanished without a trace. The floor scrubbed clean except for a single footprint pressed deep into the boards, small, bare, and facing the door. A new nurse brought to replace the laundress lasted less than a week. Insisting she heard children singing beneath the floor, she left without collecting her wages. When the first thunderstorm broke over the hills in May, every window in the western wing shivered in its frame. Lightning flashed again and again, throwing the asylum's long halls into a jerking, unnatural brightness. Each time the sky lit, shapes flickered at the far end of the corridors, too tall to be children, too narrow to be men. In the nursery, an attendant discovered a cradle she'd never seen before, draped in a linen shroud that smelled of brine. Inside lay a bundle, wrapped so tight it hardly seemed to breathe. She called for help, but when the matron arrived, the cradle stood empty, the shroud folded neatly on the seat. Later that night, an orderly stumbled into the chapel, soaked to the skin, though no rain had touched him. He carried a small object, wrapped in muslin. When the matron unwrapped it, she found a single vertebra, polished smooth, with a black thread knotted through the center hole. The man refused to say where he'd found it. By dawn he'd disappeared from his cot, leaving only a damp impression on the sheets, and a trail of salt grains that led back toward the nursery. June settled in heavy and slow, pressing a heat into the asylum's stones that no breeze could lift. Staff began to dread the hours between midnight and dawn, when the building grew so still it seemed to be listening. In the maternity ward, a nurse checking the linen cupboards discovered a hidden alcove behind a panel that hadn't been there the day before. Inside waited rows of small wooden boxes, each stamped with a date, decades older than the asylum itself. She lifted the lid of one and nearly dropped it when she saw the contents. A lock of hair braided around a slip of paper, bearing a single name she didn't recognize. By morning the boxes were gone, the alcove sealed over, as if it had never been carved out. No one believed her story until she showed the name written on the paper, still clutched in her apron pocket. A patient who hadn't spoken in months began to laugh when he heard it, a ragged, dry sound that ended only when he lost breath. Before he slipped into a hush, "No one could wake," he whispered. "They only borrow the ones we forget." By midsummer, it no longer mattered whether the doors were locked or the windows barred. A hush had crept into every corner, dense as fog and twice as patient. Nurses claimed they heard cradles creaking in rooms that had never housed children. In the western stairwell, an orderly found a row of small handprints pressed into the plaster, each perfectly formed and too high for any patient to have reached. He tried to scrub them away, but the stains only deepened under the brush, darkening to a color that looked almost like old blood. That night, a patient called Lydia Horn slipped out of her restraints and was discovered in the chapel, kneeling in the aisle with her forehead pressed to the floor. She wouldn't lift her head, only rocked in place, murmuring a lullaby in a language no one knew. When they finally carried her back to her bed, Her hair came away in their hands in long black ropes. No scalp wounds bled, no roots showed. By morning she had woven the hair into a tight braid and laid it across her chest, smiling as if she'd remembered something precious that no one else could see. August brought nights too warm for sleep, the air thick with the sour-sweet smell of milk gone to spoil. Patients began to speak of infants who came to their bedsides, whispering promises in voices that cracked like old timber. One by one, they woke with small cuts beneath their ribs, each sealed with a single black stitch no nurse dared to remove. A new matron arrived to restore order, a stern woman who believed nothing she could not catalogue. On her third night, she ventured into the disused West Wing, determined to prove the stories nothing but hysteria. When she failed to return, an orderly was sent to find her. He discovered the matron standing in the middle of a long-abandoned nursery, arms outstretched, her palms cupped, as if she cradled something invisible. Her mouth opened and closed without sound. At her feet lay dozens of linen bundles, each marked by a dark stain that spread slow as ink. The orderly tried to lead her away, but she would not move. Later, she was found seated in her office, hands still cupped, a small heap of salt pooled in her lap. She never spoke again. By early September, no one tried to pretend the asylum's corridors were merely halls of stone. Shadows gathered in the corners, even at noon, shifting in slow, deliberate patterns no lantern could fully disperse. In the eastern ward, patients began to vanish from their beds without stirring a sheet. Their names were struck from the ledger as if they had never existed, entire pages curling in on themselves, until only ash remained. One dawn, a nurse discovered the cradles in the chapel, 6 in all, lined in a perfect row before the ruined altar. Each held a bundle, wrapped tight in black cloth. She didn't dare unwrap them. Instead, she sealed the chapel doors with iron nails and set the last of the holy water on the threshold. By evening, every nail had been pulled free, laid in a circle around the basin. The cloth bundles were gone, but in their place sat a single slip of paper, folded into a neat triangle. Written in a hand no one could claim were 4 words: "This is the return." Autumn's first chill carried a silence so complete it felt alive, a hush that pressed into every room and settled behind the eyes of those who dared stay. Patients who could still speak began to describe dreams, threaded through with lullabies, melodies, older than memory. In the maternity ward, the floorboards buckled overnight, revealing a cavity packed with straw and salt. At its center rested a small iron cradle, rust etched into the shape of a child's open mouth. When the steward tried to remove it, the cradle clung to the floor as though it had grown roots. He ordered the cavity sealed, but by dawn the boards had split again, wider this time. That same night, 3 nurses fled, leaving their uniforms folded in the corridor. None returned to collect their wages. In the morning, the ledger was found open on the administrator's desk. Every page bore the same name scrawled over and over in the margins: Temperance. The ink had not dried by noon. Frost returned in October, with a patience that felt more deliberate than any weather. Thin sheets of ice crept across the asylum's eaves, growing thicker each dawn as though the building itself had begun to exhale cold. Staff kept the stoves burning day and night, yet still the halls remained chilled to the marrow. Patients took to gathering in corners, pressed shoulder to shoulder, whispering in voices too low to carry. Those who could still write began to leave messages scratched into the walls with broken nails or scraps of pottery, cryptic fragments that repeated the same 3 words: "They are listening." In the western wing, an orderly discovered a patient named Elias Turner, standing barefoot on the landing, arms extended, as if to receive something no living soul could see. His mouth opened and closed with a slow, deliberate rhythm, but no sound emerged. Only when the matron approached did he lower his hands to reveal a scrap of linen clutched between them. It looked ordinary until she touched it. Then the cloth dissolved into a wet smear across his palms, leaving behind the smell of milk, turned rancid. Elias collapsed without a cry, and for a moment the matron thought she saw a second pair of hands pressing into his shoulders from behind. guiding him to the floor. Word of the incident spread quickly, carried on the hush that had become the asylum's native tongue. Staff began refusing to patrol the upper floors alone, and by the third week of frost, half the lanterns had been found gutted out at dawn, their wicks drowned in oil. No one remembered refilling. In the chapel, the bell rope was discovered unbraided into 100 thin threads, each laid in careful loops across the pews. No one dared touch them. That night, the steward summoned what remained of the staff to the main hall. He spoke with a conviction that almost sounded like courage, insisting the asylum would hold so long as order did. Yet as he spoke, the great doors behind him began to creak open of their own accord. No wind followed, no figure crossed the threshold, but the cold that swept through the hall smelled unmistakably of salt and iron, and every candle flickered to blue flame. The steward closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the doors stood sealed once more, but the silence that followed felt deeper, as if the building itself had swallowed every word spoken in defiance. The matron retired early that night, her thoughts too crowded for prayer. She dreamed she was a child again, standing in a long corridor lined with empty cradles, each rocked in perfect rhythm, though no hands guided them. When she reached to still the nearest one, a shape within it turned toward her, a face without features, only smooth skin stretched over bone. She woke gasping, the taste of milk sour on her tongue, and found her chamber door ajar, though she recalled locking it herself. At the foot of her bed waited a bundle wrapped in muslin, tied with black twine in the shape of a cradle. For a long time she did not move, could not move. Her breath caught in her throat as if she'd been born anew into a room that no longer belonged to her. Only when dawn broke did she find the strength to lift the bundle. Inside lay a single vertebra, etched with a name she had never spoken but somehow knew. Before she could cry out, the wind began again, pressing against the windows with a slow, steady insistence, like a hand testing the latch, patient as the grave. Ice thickened along the sills as November deepened, tracing delicate filigree across every pane. In the maternity ward, those patterns grew darker than frost had any right to be, fine veins branching into the shape of tiny hands, pressed flat against the glass. Each morning more appeared, overlapping until the windows looked quilted in the touch of something persistent. Staff tried to scrape them clean, but the shapes returned before dusk, wet as breath. One nurse abandoned her post after she caught her own reflection in the window. Her face was unchanged, but behind her stood 3 figures in narrow gowns, each bearing a swaddled bundle in their arms. She left her apron draped across the threshold, and fled into the snow without a word. No one followed. The patients too began to change. Those once resigned to silence now rose from their beds at dusk, gathering in doorways to watch the hall beyond. They did not speak or gesture, only stared, their gazes trained on a place where the gaslight never reached. One evening, the steward mustered his failing resolve, and stepped into that darkness, convinced it was nothing more than a trick of his tired mind. He returned within minutes, his skin ashen, and refused to say what he'd seen. By dawn, he had boarded his office door from within. When a clerk pried it open, days later, they found him seated in his chair, his ledger balanced across his knees. Every page had been torn from the binding, shredded into thin strips that littered the floor like the husks of insects. Only the final sheet remained intact, a single word written over and over in a hand unrecognizable. Again, again. In the chapel, the old brass basin began to fill of its own accord. At first, the fluid appeared clear as water, but as days passed, it thickened into a milky syrup that stained the altar cloth wherever it splashed. No one would admit to seeing it happen, yet each dawn the basin brimmed anew. A patient named Dorothea Vale, committed since girlhood for visions no pastor could exorcise, was found kneeling before it each morning, her palms cupped as though to drink. When the chaplain dared to pull her away, she did not resist. She only looked into his eyes and asked, in a voice that cracked the hush of the chapel, "Which of us will carry them now?" No answer came, no prayer rose to meet her question. That evening, the bell tower shuddered without wind, the ropes straining as though pulled by unseen hands. The first toll in months rang through the walls, deep enough to rattle crockery on the shelves. It sounded again, and again, 3 times, the final note held long after the clapper fell still. In its wake, silence returned thicker than before, pressing into the lungs of every soul still listening. Those who remained in their cots closed their eyes, some weeping without knowing why. In the courtyard, the snow began to melt in patches, revealing footprints too small for any adult, arranged in a wide arc that faced the doors. They did not lead away or circle back. They only stood, waiting. Snow fell again as December gathered itself, but this time it landed only on the asylum's roof. The grounds remained bare, dark earth gleaming as if it had been polished by many hands. Those who ventured outside described an uneasy warmth rising from the soil, carrying the smell of old straw and iron. Inside, the hush grew heavy enough that each footstep seemed to echo from a much deeper place. Patients no longer responded to their names, even those who once spoke freely. Instead, they turned their faces toward the same stretch of hallway, where the shadows thickened most at dusk. In that darkness, something shifted, too large to be a person, too deliberate to be any trick of failing eyes. It was the matron who first admitted what others only feared to say. She gathered what remained of the staff in the main ward, and told them the building had ceased to be a place of confinement. It had become a kind of cradle itself, rocking gently beneath every breath, waiting for something none could name. No one argued. No one tried to reassure her. That night, she locked herself in the records room and began to burn every ledger she could lift. Ash drifted up through the transom windows like dark snow, catching in the hair of those who watched from the hall. When the last book had turned to cinder, she sank to her knees amid the embers and wept until dawn. In the morning she was gone. All that remained was her key ring, laid carefully atop the last unburned scrap of parchment. It bore no names or dates, only a single line of script that no one recognized. The ones returned must be held. No hand claimed to have written it. The clerk who lifted the keys later swore they hummed in her grasp, a low vibration that settled into her bones. She left the asylum before sunset, never to return. That evening, the chapel doors swung open of their own accord. Within, the pews had been arranged in 2 long rows, facing the altar as they once had, but every seat held a cradle, each draped in linen, so white it seemed to glow in the half-dark. No sound disturbed the air, yet many later confessed they heard a lullaby, threading the silence, carried not on breath, but on memory. At the center aisle stood a child no one recognized. Barefoot, hair damp as though from birth, she watched the doorway with eyes too large for her face. When the steward stepped forward, she lifted her hands as if to be carried. No one moved to take her. Dawn came without lifting the hush. In the courtyard, footprints multiplied, overlapping until they became a single trampled circle. At the center of that ring lay a small iron rattle, spotted with rust and stained at the handle. Some said it belonged to the first patient ever committed to the asylum, a woman whose name had vanished from every record. Others insisted it was older than the building itself, older than the stone and the frost and the endless silence that followed. No one picked it up. No one dared. January arrived without a proper dawn, the sky paling only enough to show the asylum still standing, slouched into the earth, as if exhausted by its own endurance. What remained of the staff woke each morning to the same hush, pressing against the windows, an expectancy that made every breath feel like trespass. In the maternity ward, linen drapes began to stiffen overnight, pleats hardening into shapes no hand had folded, long, narrow triangles that pointed toward the corners of the room. A nurse named Ellen, whose courage had outlasted many, tried to smooth one of these creases flat. The cloth crumbled beneath her touch, dissolving into a fine dust that smelled of milk and ashes. She backed away and would not enter the ward again. Patients no longer needed to be coaxed to their beds. As dusk fell, they lay down of their own accord, folding their hands over their ribs, as though bracing for some familiar weight to press upon them. Those who still had voices began to whisper to themselves in the hush before sleep. Some recited names, others murmured lullabies. No nurse could recall teaching them. One old man, blind since childhood, lifted his face toward the ceiling each night, and asked, "Will they come again?" No one dared answer. When snow returned, it fell only in the courtyard, spiraling down through still air in flakes large as feathers. Each morning the drifts grew higher against the chapel walls, yet never crossed the threshold. Inside, the cradles remained, arranged in their silent rows. Their linen coverings had begun to yellow around the edges, but no dust settled on them, as if the air inside the chapel refused to age. The steward, who had once ordered the doors sealed, now stood vigil there each dawn, lantern in hand, though he never approached the cradles. One morning, he did not return to his office. An orderly found him seated in the front pew, his lantern guttered out at his feet. The steward's hands were folded over his heart, and between them rested a single length of black thread, coiled as neatly as a noose. That same week, a boy named Marcus, barely old enough to walk when first committed, was discovered standing in the records room, tracing his fingers over the charred remnants of the ledgers. His mouth moved silently as he leaned over each pile of ash, as if reading aloud words no one else could see. When a nurse tried to guide him away, he turned with an expression too calm for any child. His small hand lifted to offer her something pinched between his thumb and forefinger. She bent close, and saw it was a shard of bone, polished smooth, no larger than a button. "It's mine now," he whispered, and tucked it into the pocket of his gown. No one tried to take it from him. That night, the wind began to rise, and with it came the smell that had haunted every winter since the asylum opened, a sweetness that turned the stomach, an echo of milk left to sour in a locked room. The gaslights flickered, but held. In that wavering glow, shadows stirred in the corners. Some claimed they saw narrow figures moving between the cradles, their hands lifted as though to hush the watchers. Others kept their eyes closed, breathing through their mouths, willing the dawn to come. But when first light seeped across the sills, the chapel stood empty again. The cradles were gone. Only the pattern of their feet remained, 4 legs each, pressed into the dust, all pointing toward the doorway, as though whatever they had carried was finally ready to leave. February brought a thaw so sudden, it seemed unnatural. Snow retreated into the earth overnight, leaving the courtyard bare and glistening like the skin of something newly born. Staff rose before dawn to find the asylum transformed, walls seeping with damp that pooled in the cracks between tiles, the air too warm for any true winter. In the western wing, linen bandages peeled themselves from hooks and fell in quiet drifts to the floor. No one touched them. By midday, a rank sweetness curled through every corridor, a smell that carried the memory of the cradles, even though no trace of them remained. The matron's old office, long sealed after her disappearance, was found unlocked, the door standing open as if inviting some return. Inside, the air shimmered, heat rising in gentle waves from the hearth, though no fire had burned there in months. On the desk, the last ledger lay whole once more, its cover mended, its spine unbroken. A nurse with trembling hands opened it, only to find every page filled edge to edge with a single word repeated in looping script. Hours by nightfall, patients began to murmur in unison, a soft chant threaded through with the same hush that had dogged the halls for years. They spoke without waking, their lips forming the same syllables again and again, though no nurse could make sense of the language. Some wrote it down in desperation, trying to piece sense from the repetition. No record preserved it intact. By dawn, every scrap of paper used for transcription had blackened to ash, where the words had been traced. The nurses began to avoid the bedsides after dark, though that meant leaving the patients to their whispered chorus. No one spoke of guilt. No one dared. That week, a woman named Rosamond Hale was found seated in the chapel, a place she had never been known to enter. Her nightdress was damp to the hem, her hair plastered to her cheeks, as though she had walked through rain no one else had seen. In her lap rested a linen bundle, bound with a knot of dark thread. When an orderly bent to lift it, Rosamond's eyes opened wide, and her mouth shaped a word he swore he had never heard before nor since, a sound that made the lantern glass hum in sympathy. She closed her eyes as if relieved, and the bundle unravelled in his hands. It held nothing but a single lock of hair, twisted around a sliver of bone no longer than a knitting needle. She did not speak again, nor did she rise from her seat. When the dawn came, she was gone, though her shape remained pressed into the pew, as if the wood itself remembered the weight of her body. Afterward, the chapel doors would no longer close, hinges rusted to a standstill overnight, gaping wide to the courtyard beyond. In the pre-dawn hush, some claimed they heard an infant crying out there, a thin shivering wail that never rose above a whisper. Others insisted it was the building itself, straining against the cradle of its own foundation. Each theory fell away under the same dread certainty. Something had finally been born within those walls, something that refused to stay hidden any longer. When the sun rose, no footprints marked the courtyard, only a dark stain remained, as though the earth had been offered something warm, something to keep, and had drunk it down to the root. March broke over the hills in a grey dawn, the sky too heavy to yield light. Wind swept through the asylum's upper halls, rattling every latch in a slow, measured rhythm, like the rocking of a cradle. In the maternity ward, nurses found every bed stripped bare, the mattresses dragged into a rough circle across the floor. At the centre, a single iron cradle sat gleaming as if freshly polished, though no one admitted to moving it there. Linen bindings trailed from its sides, each ending in a neat loop knotted with black thread. When the steward approached, he claimed the air smelled of warm milk, tinged with the faint sweetness of decay. He did not cross the threshold. No one did. That night, the last of the attendants gathered in the main hall, their voices subdued to whispers. They spoke of leaving, of bolting the doors behind them, and never speaking the asylum's name again. Yet as the clock struck midnight, every lantern flickered to life without a match, their flames standing steady in the draught that followed. One by one, the men and women who had spent their lives within those walls turned to look down the length of the corridor. In that long, quivering hush, they heard it, a soft rhythmic breath, rising and falling as though the stones themselves had finally learned to sigh. By dawn, all who remained had vanished. No sign of struggle marked the halls. No footprints tracked through the frost that crept in along the thresholds. Only the records endured, volumes whose bindings were too stubborn to burn, whose pages now bore no names at all. In the chapel, the cradle was gone. In its place, the floor lay blackened in a perfect oval, as if something had once rested there and been lifted away without disturbing a mote of dust. Weeks passed without a living soul crossing the threshold. The asylum stood silent, windows staring like blind eyes over the valley. Then, one evening in late March, a passing trader, lost on roads unmarked by any reliable map, paused in the courtyard to rest his horse. He would later swear that the air smelled of milk and salt, a scent he recognized only dimly from the birth of his first child. He tethered the animal and walked to the chapel door, where the wind seemed to collect in a single careful draught. Inside, he found the pews cleared away, the floor swept bare, save for a single bundle laid in the center of the room. He bent to lift it, thinking it an abandoned infant. But when his hands closed around the cloth, it sank in on itself, dissolving into a heap of loose threads that clung to his skin. Beneath them lay a slip of parchment, marked with a hand unfamiliar to him, but unmistakably deliberate. All returns are received. He did not linger. As he crossed the courtyard to reclaim his horse, the chapel doors swung closed behind him with a hush, so final, it stilled the beating of his heart for a single unbearable instant. He fled the grounds at a gallop, never once daring to look back. But long after he reached the safety of the valley road, he carried the memory of that silence, felt it lodged behind his ribs, as if something had been placed there to wait. To this day, no caretaker has claimed the building. No claim of ownership survives any attempt to file it. And when the wind changes over the hills, locals swear they hear the sound of a cradle, rocking steady as a heartbeat, beneath the floor of Trans-Allegheny. Spring crept over the asylum like an apology that had come too late. Pale weeds pushed through the cracks in the courtyard, their roots winding deep into soil that remembered every footstep. Vines crept along the foundation stones, threading themselves between bricks, with a patience only living things possess. The windows remained dark, each reflecting nothing but the sky, as if the building had learned to keep its gaze averted. Yet inside, something had begun to shift again. A quiet rearrangement no human hand directed. The first to notice were the tradesmen sent from Weston, hired under duress to inventory what remained. 3 men, each paid more than a season's wages to spend a single week inside those walls. They arrived at dawn with crates of ledgers and measuring tapes, their wagon heavy with tools. One carried a pistol tucked beneath his coat, though he would not admit why. They set up camp in the main hall, spreading lanterns across the broad wooden floor, each flame shivering in a draught no door could block. For the first hours, their work proceeded without event. They marked the boundaries of the wards, noted the cracked tiles and missing fixtures, and catalogued the furniture left to gather dust in corners. But by dusk, their confidence began to fray. It started when the ledgers refused to remain where they were placed. A clerk named Randall, who prided himself on method, lined a shelf with numbered volumes, each bound in dark calfskin. He turned away to record the count, and when he looked back, the books lay strewn across the floor, their spines split, their pages torn into strips as thin as ribbon. He tried to collect them, but each scrap slipped from his grasp, scattering like dry leaves in the wind. At first he accused the others of mischief, of playing some mean trick to pass the time. But no protest rose to meet his accusation, only a long, reluctant silence that settled between them heavier than blame. They agreed to work in pairs after that, one man to record, another to watch the doors. Still, the inventories never balanced. Cradles appeared where none had been an hour before, each bearing a fresh linen folded so precisely it might have been pressed by an unseen hand. When they tried to move them, the floor beneath the cradle groaned like something alive. In the eastern wing, the clerk with the pistol ventured into the disused nursery alone, determined to prove the stories were nonsense. He did not return. The others found his lantern still burning in the doorway, its glass smudged with the print of a small open hand. They did not look further. That evening, they locked themselves in the main hall and took turns watching the thresholds. Outside, the wind rose and fell, rattling the shutters with the uneven tempo of breath. Inside, the hush pressed close as a held thought. One man swore he heard a lullaby, threading through the rafters, a melody so gentle it nearly broke his resolve. Another claimed he saw movement in the corners, narrow shapes pacing the length of the corridor, their arms folded around something swaddled. No argument could silence their unease. When dawn finally seeped through the cracks in the eaves, they packed their crates without finishing the count. As they hauled the last ledger out into the courtyard, they paused, struck dumb by the sight of the grass at their feet. Sometime in the night, footprints had emerged from the earth, pressed into the damp soil in a long meandering line. The steps were too small for any grown man, and they moved with a purposeful slant toward the chapel doors, as if the walker knew exactly where it was meant to go. The men followed the trail with their eyes, but none dared approach the threshold. The chapel stood wide open, its darkness absolute, and the air within smelled unmistakably of milk warmed over a low flame. One by one, the tradesmen backed away. None spoke as they climbed onto the wagon. None looked behind them as they rode out through the gate, though each would later admit to feeling watched for miles beyond the walls. Days passed without any soul crossing the threshold again. The asylum grew quieter still, the hush deepening until it seemed to hum beneath the eardrum. At night, the windows caught the pale wash of moonlight, and reflected it in thin bands across the courtyard, stripes so straight and steady they resembled the slats of a crib. In the chapel, the floor remained bare, but sometimes a passerby claimed to hear the boards creak, as if under a rocking weight. Those who had lived longest in the valley avoided the grounds altogether, turning their faces away when the asylum's roofline rose above the trees. Yet a few curious souls remained, travelers with no memory of the stories, or wanderers convinced no place could hold such dread forever. One evening, a woman passing through on foot slipped through the broken gate, drawn by something she could not name. She carried no lantern, only a small parcel tucked under her arm. Some later swore she was humming as she walked, though no ear could catch the tune. She did not pause at the threshold. She did not flinch when the air turned cold enough to frost her breath. In the main hall, she laid her parcel on the broad boards and unfolded the linen to reveal a single length of black thread, coiled in a loop the size of an infant's crown. She smoothed it with her palm, then turned and left without a glance behind. No one saw where she went. When morning came, the thread had vanished. In its place lay a small scrap of parchment bearing 4 words, "Nothing born stays gone." After that, the wind returned to the eaves, carrying the same thin, sweet smell that had lingered for decades, milk and salt, the scent of a cradle waiting to be filled. Those who lived close enough to hear swore the lullabies began again, drifting through the walls in voices neither young nor old, promising comfort no sane heart could accept. And in the hush before dawn, when all other sounds retreated, the asylum itself seemed to exhale, as if relieved to find it was not empty after all. Spring advanced with a reluctant thaw, rain seeping through the asylum's slate roof in thin trickles that stained every beam the color of old rust. In the upper wards, the damp spread across the ceilings in irregular patches that some insisted resembled the outlines of infants curled in sleep, their spines bowed, their small hands folded beneath bowed heads. No matter how often the plaster was scrubbed, the shapes returned, darker each time, as if the building itself had begun to remember what it once held. Those who came to gawk at the ruin, curiosity seekers, amateur historians, the sort who carried notebooks and little faith, rarely stayed past dusk. One such man, a collector of relics named John Everhart, arrived late in April, determined to carry away some proof that the legends were nothing but the fantasies of the superstitious. He set up his camp in the main hall, laying out instruments, a camera with brass fittings, a stack of ruled paper, a small box of samples. All day he worked without disturbance, cataloguing every broken fixture and marred floorboard. But as night fell, he noticed a faint imprint on the far wall, a smear of darkness that shaped itself into a row of handprints too small for any adult. Each mark was perfectly spaced, the fingers splayed as if bracing against the stone. He raised his lantern higher, expecting them to fade, but the light only deepened their outline. Determined not to be intimidated by shadows, he returned to his ledger, recording the dimensions of each mark. Yet as he worked, the air in the hall thickened, swelling with a hush so complete it pressed against the bones of his ears. He glanced up just once, and caught movement at the far end of the corridor. A narrow figure, no taller than his shoulder, draped in a length of cloth that trailed along the floor, its head turned as if listening. The lantern's flame guttered low. In that instant, he knew he was being watched not with malice, but with a hunger that bore no human name. At dawn, his camp remained where he had left it. Papers scattered in a damp drift across the floor, the brass camera overturned, its glass plate shattered. No one ever found John Everhart. Only his journal survived, pages warped by the wet, the final entry, written in a hand so cramped it nearly tore through the paper. They are not waiting to be found, they are waiting to be returned. For a time after his disappearance, the asylum fell quiet, the lullabies receding as though content to have been heard once more. But when the thaw finished its work, and the last drifts of snow gave way to tender shoots of grass, something began to move beneath the earth itself. Garden beds, long fallow softened under the tread of invisible feet. A slow pattern of indentations appeared in the courtyard soil, shallow impressions that mapped a circuit from the chapel steps to the old nursery windows, then back again. No living thing left them. They deepened each night, more precise with every dawn, until they traced the outline of a cradle in the earth, its curves unmistakable, its edges clean as a wound. In the village, those who dared speak of such things claimed the ground had begun to quicken, pulsing beneath the thawed loam in a rhythm too deliberate to be any echo of weather. Some said it was the heartbeat of the asylum itself, the final stirring of all it had held, and would not surrender. Others insisted it was something older than the walls, older even than the valley, a memory that had waited too long to be named. At the edge of May, a woman called Temperance Hale came to the asylum gates. No one knew her, and she gave no explanation for her arrival. She was small, her hair bound in a severe braid, her eyes so dark they caught every flicker of the lantern she carried. When she reached the threshold, she paused, as if listening for a welcome only she could hear. Then she stepped across the courtyard, her boots sinking into the cradle-shaped hollow, without hesitation. In the main hall, she set down her lantern, unfastened the shawl from her shoulders, and laid it neatly across the threshold of the chapel. From beneath her cloak she drew a bundle, small and swaddled in black linen. She knelt and placed it in the center of the floor, smoothing the folds with hands that did not shake. Those who later described this moment said she did not weep or pray. She only rested her palms atop the bundle, and closed her eyes, her lips moving in a hush that no ear could catch. When she finished, she stood, lifted her lantern, and turned to leave. At the door, she paused and looked back once, her expression neither sorrowful nor relieved, only resigned, as if she had carried something to its rightful home, and knew she could never claim it again. In the months that followed, no visitor dared cross the threshold. The asylum stood with its windows gaping, and its stones slumped in the wet heat of summer. Yet those who passed along the road in the blue hush before dawn claimed they heard a cradle rocking inside, a steady creak that matched the rhythm of a breath drawn long and deep, the first exhalation of something that had waited, cradled in the dark, until it could finally remember its own name. Summer drew its first breath in June, and with it came a hush thicker than the heat itself, a smothering stillness that settled over the asylum like a hand, pressing gently on a fevered brow. No birds nested in the eaves that year. No ivy crept up the crumbling walls. Even the weeds that had once claimed the courtyard fell back, their roots withering in soil too watchful to nourish them. Villagers who dared the boundary fence found themselves seized by a conviction so sudden it felt stolen from someone else. Whatever lay inside had finally grown patient enough to wait without moving. The first proof came when a pair of masons, contracted to shore up the foundations before the roof gave way, arrived at dawn with a mule cart stacked high with timber. They crossed the threshold together, carrying their chisels and mallets like talismans. Neither spoke. Each step they took echoed down the central hall, the sound hollow, as though the building's hollows had deepened beyond the reach of any voice. When they reached the great arch of the chapel, they paused, struck dumb by the sight that met them there. All across the floor, hundreds of linen bundles lay arranged in precise rows. No two were alike in size or shape, yet each had been tied in the same fashion, folded tight, the ends knotted into a cradle's bow. Some were no larger than a man's fist, others stretched near the length of a newborn's body. None moved, none gave off any heat. Yet the air above them quivered as though disturbed by the memory of breath. The older mason, a man who had buried 3 children in his lifetime, sank to his knees without shame. He reached to touch the nearest bundle, and the linen beneath his hand bloomed dark with a stain, neither blood nor water, something thicker, something that clung to his skin when he drew back in horror. They fled before noon, leaving their tools strewn across the stones. No one from the village offered to retrieve them. By dusk the chapel doors had closed again, each hinge sealed with a film of salt that shimmered in the slanted light. When a curious boy crept near the threshold that evening, he claimed he could hear a lullaby being hummed just beyond the door, low and tuneless, the voice that of no mother he could name. He turned and ran before the last note faded, and he would not speak again of what he heard. In the weeks that followed, the asylum seemed to grow smaller each day, the shadows lengthening, as though the walls were drawing in to shield what they held. Visitors began to notice the roofline sagging in the middle, a slow collapse that gave the impression of a great exhausted thing bowing its head. When the storms came, they did not batter the bricks as they once had. Rain fell in a hush, so complete it seemed the clouds themselves were listening, waiting for an answer to some old question no tongue remembered how to shape. One night in mid-July, the last steward, long since driven from his post, returned on foot. Those who watched from the village edge said he carried nothing but a lantern, and a small bundle clutched against his breast. His hair had gone to white in a season. His face was slack with the weariness of a man who had outlived every promise he'd ever made. When he reached the gate, he paused, eyes fixed on the dark crown of the chapel roof. Then he slipped inside without a word, the lantern's glow swallowed whole by the doorway. No one knows what he did in that final hour. No witness dared follow him. But when dawn broke over the ridgeline, the lantern appeared again, set neatly on the chapel step. Its glass was unbroken, its wick burned down to the last curl of ash. Inside the lens, a single lock of dark hair lay coiled, pressed flat against the soot-blackened brass. No one touched it. By midday, the door had swung closed, the lock sealed with a line of salt, so precise it might have been laid grain by a patient hand. In the years since, the asylum has remained exactly as he left it. No official account lists its ownership, no register holds its name. But when the wind drifts up from the valley, it carries with it a smell that has outlived every witness. Milk gone sour in a cradle too long empty, salt drying on skin that never belonged to the living. And sometimes, only in the hours before dawn, a single note rings out from the darkness behind those walls, a lullaby no voice sings, the hush between a heartbeat and a breath. If you ever pass that way, keep your eyes from the chapel windows. Do not look for shapes in the dark. Do not listen for the rocking of wood. And whatever you do, if you find a cradle waiting in the dust with its linens turned down, do not ask what it expects to hold. Some returns are not meant to be welcomed, some memories have waited too long to be named, and some births quiet, patient, unclaimed, never end. If you've stayed with us this far, you already know, some walls are never truly abandoned. They simply grow quiet enough to listen without interruption. The Trans-Allegheny Asylum was never only brick and timber. It was a cradle built for what no family would claim. A threshold where memory learned to rock itself to sleep. They called it a hospital, a refuge, a last resort for the unwell. But in the hush between dusk and dawn, it became something older. A place that waited without judgment, holding every name whispered through its halls, until the world forgot those syllables ever belonged to the living. Even now, when the wind brushes the broken shutters, or the frost creeps back across the courtyard, the air remembers. It carries the hush of a lullaby sung without words, the quiet exhale of a cradle that has never once stood empty. You might be tempted to think the stories are exaggeration, that the footprints in the dust were made by trespassers, that the salt sealed across the chapel doors was just a superstition. But some absences are too precise to be chance, some silences too deliberate to be the work of time alone. And when you feel the weight of your own breath catch, just for a moment, as though the air itself has paused to cradle you, remember this: not everything that waits behind a locked door is dead. Some returns are gentle, some are patient, some have no intention of ever letting you leave unchanged. If you ever find yourself at the threshold of a place that feels too still, too watchful, do only this: close your eyes, turn away, and whatever you hear in the darkness behind you, no matter how soft, no matter how familiar, never answer when it calls your name. In the autumn of 1851, when the wind carved its own roads across the empty fields of Grafton County, a tall, slate-roofed orphanage sat alone on a rise no farmer would claim. Locals called it Mercy's End, though no record showed who had given it that name, or why the ledgers always listed exactly 23 beds, no more, no less. The building was narrow but deep, its brick walls softened by decades of rain, and a peculiar salt haze that drifted up from the nearby marsh. From the road you could see all the beds lined in rows beneath arched windows, each iron frame dressed in folded quilts that no child ever seemed to crease. Travellers who lost their way sometimes mistook it for an abandoned almshouse, until they noticed the lanterns burning steadily behind the glass, unwavering flames that never flickered, as though protected from every draught. It was said the matron never slept, that she walked the aisles each night, whispering names she claimed belonged to the children meant to arrive. Before we go any further, tell me, where are you listening from, and what hour is it where you are right now? Leave a comment below, so we know how far this story has travelled. The earliest mention of the orphanage came not from a deed or a church record, but from a line scrawled in the back of a schoolmaster's ledger, nearly illegible under water stains. It read only, 23 beds prepared, none claimed. That note was dated 2 years before the first child was ever said to set foot across the threshold. When Grafton's minister tried to verify the building's purpose, He was met with silence from the county clerk, and an unopened letter from the diocese, sealed in black wax. Yet the orphanage remained, lanterns lit, quilts fresh, and a brass bell affixed above the door that never rang, no matter how many times travellers swore they had heard its tone drift down the lanes on windless nights. Children from neighbouring farms began to speak of a woman seen at the windows after dark, her face hidden by a veil too thin to obscure the gleam of her eyes, watching the road as though waiting for something promised. That first winter, when snow buried the fence posts and turned the marsh to glass, the orphanage appeared to breathe. Frost formed on the inside of the windows in the shape of small palms pressed flat against the panes, as though someone had tried to lean out. No footprints ever led to the glass, and no heat rose from the chimney, but each morning the beds remained perfectly turned down, pillows fluffed, blankets tucked, a single toy left resting at the foot of each iron frame, a wooden horse, a cloth doll, a spinning top stained with what looked too dark to be varnish. No deliveries were ever witnessed, yet supplies never dwindled. When the constable sent his deputy to make an account, the man returned at dawn, eyes swollen and voice cracked, clutching a ledger that bore 23 names he could not recall writing. He resigned the next day, claiming some places only look empty when you're standing outside. As the thaw crept in and the roads re-emerged from their icy graves, the town began to notice other signs that Mercy's End was not as vacant as it claimed. Milk left at the stoop, curdled overnight, though the frost had broken weeks before. Small knots of twine appeared tied to the orphanage's gate latch, each one wet as if drawn from a well. A peddler passing through reported seeing a row of shoes lined along the threshold, tiny boots and slippers, each perfectly paired and facing the door. He swore he heard soft breathing just beyond the threshold, though no child's face ever appeared when he knocked. When the matron was spoken of, it was always in the same terms, thin as a shadow, hair bound tight beneath her cap, eyes that never closed. Some claimed she was simply waiting for the orphans she'd been promised. Others whispered she was keeping those beds ready for children who had never been born. By midsummer, no one dared to tend the grounds near the orphanage. Weeds climbed the brick walls like grasping hands, but the gravel path to the front door remained perfectly clear, as if swept each dawn by someone who left no trace. The bell above the door still refused to chime, yet its brass gleamed brighter than any weathered metal had right to. Children sent to deliver parcels to the matron returned pale and trembling, unable to say whether they'd seen her face. One girl swore she glimpsed a nursery behind the front hall, rows of cradles rocking in unison though no wind stirred the air. Another claimed she heard lullabies in a language she didn't understand, low wavering melodies that rose and fell with the same rhythm as breath. When her mother pressed for details, the child simply began to hum, eyes unfocused, and would not stop until the priest arrived to carry her away. When the first harvest failed that year, pumpkins blackening on the vine, corn silk turning to salt, some blamed the marsh's strange tides. Others pointed to the orphanage. It was said the matron had been seen in the fields before dawn, her skirts trailing over the furrows, pausing every few yards to lay something small in the soil. No one ever found what she left behind. A farmer's wife rose early to catch her in the act, only to find 23 impressions pressed into the loam, too shallow for graves, too precise for any plough. Each was the length of a child's body. When the woman tried to fill them, her hands trembled so violently she could not hold the spade. That evening, she found her own child's cradle turned to face the door, a thin quilt folded over the rails. Beneath it lay a slip of paper, damp with something that smelled of brine. It read, "When they come you will know." By late autumn, the lanterns in the orphanage windows no longer burned in a steady glow. They flickered in patterns that some insisted were deliberate, long pulses and short intervals, like a silent signal meant only for those willing to watch. One evening, a travelling tinker paused at the rise to rest his mule and counted the blinks, 23 in total. When he told this to the innkeeper, the old man only nodded, saying he had once done the same, and never again set foot on that road. That same night, a baker's daughter vanished from her bed, leaving only her nightdress folded neatly on the sill. A neighbour who claimed to glimpse her in the orphanage's upper window described her standing between the rows of empty beds, her hair unbound, her small hand pressed to her heart, as if to pledge herself to something no living mother could name. Winter returned with a hunger sharper than any frost before it. The marsh froze so fast the reeds snapped under their own weight, and the roads vanished beneath a shroud of white that seemed to swallow all sound. Yet each dawn, the orphanage's chimneys breathed out thin curls of smoke, sweet as burnt milk. Families who dared walk past claimed they saw shadows moving between the beds, small shapes, slight as breath, each rising to stand when the matron passed by. No child's laughter ever echoed from those walls, only the steady scrape of her steps, as if she counted each bed with her footfall. When the priest at last gathered his courage to cross the threshold, he returned before dusk, the front of his cassock stained with something pale and sticky. He spoke just once before taking to his bed. "They are waiting," he rasped, voice brittle as thawed reeds. "They are waiting, and their names are older than any of ours." In the early thaw of 1852, when the ice loosened its grip on the marsh, and the road re-emerged as a ribbon of black mud, a letter arrived at the parish hall with no seal and no hand to claim it. The paper smelled of old straw and carried a single line in a script too neat to belong to any local hand. "The beds are not empty, they are reserved." No one could agree who had sent it. The postmaster denied ever seeing the courier, and the watchman swore no horse had passed by his gate. Yet the letter felt like an answer to a question no one had dared ask aloud. That same week, the sexton's wife dreamed she saw all 23 beds filled at last, each child swaddled in blue cloth, their faces hidden behind thin veils. She woke gasping, clutching her belly, certain that something meant for her had passed her by, and would return before the year was out. Spring brought little warmth to Mercy's End. The grass refused to green, and the trees along the marsh wore crowns of brittle twigs that never budded. But the lanterns in the orphanage windows glowed brighter than ever, as if the long nights had only fed their flame. A mason sent to repoint the foundation walls came back before noon, his boots caked in salt, and his eyes clouded like spoiled milk. He refused to speak of what he'd seen, only handing over his ledger with one shaking hand. On the final page, beneath columns meant for expenses and signatures, he had drawn 23 small cradles, each marked with a name no one in town recognized. When the innkeeper pressed him, the mason turned his face to the wall and whispered, "They're not waiting for new children, they're waiting for old promises." He left before sunset, and his name was never spoken in Grafton again. That same season, a woman from the northern parish came searching for a niece she claimed had been sent to Mercy's End the winter before. She was a gaunt figure in a sun-faded shawl, her cheeks hollowed by illness or sorrow, no one could tell which. She carried a scrap of muslin embroidered with the child's initials, Mead C, and insisted she would not leave until she set eyes on the girl. The matron never answered her knocks, so the woman camped by the gate for 3 nights, her lantern guttering low, her voice hoarse from calling a name no one else had heard. On the 4th dawn, she was gone. Only her shawl remained, laid across the threshold like an offering, and beside it, arranged in a perfect row, were 23 small teeth, each root pink and clean, as though freshly pulled from a mouth that had never learned to speak. Rumours spread that summer like mildew across the eaves. Tales of children seen walking the edge of the marsh at dusk, their nightclothes immaculate, their feet bare even as the mud clung in black ropes to their ankles. A shepherd boy swore he counted 23 of them, moving in a silent procession toward the orphanage gate. When he tried to call out, no sound left his throat. He returned home hours later, eyes rimmed red, his voice reduced to a breathless croak. That evening, his mother found a slip of paper pinned to his pillow, the ink so fresh it smudged under her thumb. It read, "Their names were spoken, now their beds are owed, No one could say who had written it, or how it had found its way into the boy's room. But after that, doors were barred at sundown, and no one watched the rise where Mercy's End stood, lanterns steady against the dark. Harvest came late that year, and what little crop survived bore a thin grey mould that spread from stalk to stalk in a single night. The townsfolk blamed the marsh, the weather, the slow decay of everything that clung to that rise. But in hushed voices, some blamed the orphanage. They said the matron had been seen in the fields before dawn, her skirts sweeping over the furrows like a funeral pall. The blacksmith's wife claimed she found her standing at the edge of the rows, both hands clasped over her heart, as though reciting a benediction no church would claim. When the woman dared to approach, the matron turned just enough that her veil lifted in the wind, and what lay beneath was not a face, but a pale oval, smooth as unbaked bread, unmarked by eye or mouth. The wife stumbled back, clutching her crucifix, but in the days that followed, she dreamed of children's hands reaching up from her own cradle, pressing her ribs from the inside out. As the leaves fell in ragged handfuls, the beds inside Mercy's End remained perfectly made. Those who peered through the warped glass claimed to see small hollows in the quilts, each dawn, as if something had lain there in the night and vanished before the cock crowed. One night, a constable sworn to keep watch approached the orphanage steps, with a lantern held high. He was heard reciting a litany under his breath, a string of names he could not later recall. When he reached the door, he raised his hand to knock, but never did. Instead, he stood motionless until dawn, his breath fogging the air in shallow bursts. At sunrise, he turned and walked back down the path without a word. He resigned his post that afternoon, and when pressed he only said this: they were never waiting for children, they were waiting for witnesses. No one tried the door again. The first snow came early that year, soft as sifted flour, and twice as silent. It drifted across the road and over the orphanage roof, muffling every trace of the world beyond. Yet each night, the lanterns burned unwavering, casting long stripes of light that trembled across the snow like reaching arms. A merchant passing through on his way to the coast claimed he saw the matron standing in the upper window, her head bowed over something she held close to her chest. He could not say what it was, only that it moved as if drawing breath. He left before dawn, unwilling to learn more. Days later, the town awoke to find 23 small footprints pressed into the snow around the churchyard, bare, perfectly formed, and too fresh to have been laid by any drifting spirit. At their centre, a single wooden cradle rested on the stones, its quilt folded with deliberate care. No child lay within, but the hollow seemed ready to receive. By the year's final weeks, no one in Grafton spoke of Mercy's End, except in muttered curses or broken prayers. The postmaster refused deliveries, citing no record of residents to claim them. The priest ceased his visits, saying the parish had been left to its own reckonings. But the beds remained, each one turned down in patient expectancy, each lantern steady in its glow. On the longest night of December, a midwife who had once served the county found herself drawn up the rise without lantern or escort. She later claimed no memory of how she arrived at the door. When she woke, she was kneeling in the threshold, her apron damp with something that steamed in the cold. A slip of parchment lay beside her hand, the ink still wet. It read, "You will attend when they return." She never entered another home again, and no infant born that winter survived past the first thaw. The beds stayed ready, the quilts never gathered dust, and some nights when the wind turned sharp as a blade, the lanterns flickered in time with the sound of quiet, expectant breathing. When spring crept over the marsh, timid as a stray dog, the townsfolk prayed it would bring forgetting. But Mercy's End remained as it ever was. Rows of clean, empty beds, a bell that never rang, and a lantern glow that seemed to seep into the ground itself. It was in those early months of thaw that a travelling deacon arrived, drawn by stories he called superstition. He walked the length of the orphanage 3 times, muttering scripture under his breath, before daring the threshold. No matron greeted him, No voice answered his call. Yet he would later swear he heard the hush of many breaths behind the door, the sound of small bodies turning under quilts. He left before dusk, face pale and mouth trembling. In his ledger he recorded only one line before he burned the book entire. They do not wait for children, they wait for permission. By midsummer, no child in Grafton dared play near the rise, though no parent had ever told them why. It was as if some old knowing had settled into their bones, teaching them to avert their eyes and walk wide around the gate. Even the crows, bold scavengers that they were, refused to land on the orphanage roof. A farm boy sent to fetch water swore he saw a figure moving through the upstairs dormitory, trailing one hand along each iron bed frame, as if counting heartbeats. When asked what the matron looked like, the boy could only describe her hand, thin and white, each knuckle sharp, each fingertip stained a brown so dark it looked black. He said she paused at the last bed, bent low as if to whisper something to the empty pillow, and then turned her head toward the window. He ran before he saw her face. No one questioned why. In late August, the harvest failed again. Corn collapsed on the stalk, and pumpkins rotted where they lay. Yet the narrow path to Mercy's End remained clear of weeds, each stone gleaming as if freshly washed. A widow who lived nearest the rise began waking to find her back door unlatched, though she locked it each night with her own trembling hands. One dawn, she discovered a trail of tiny footprints across her kitchen floor, each pressed deep into the flour she'd spilled before sleep. They led nowhere. No window, no hearth, only stopped beneath the old cradle she'd never dared to burn. When she lifted the quilt, she found a scrap of linen folded tight. Unwrapping it, she saw a single key wrought of iron so cold it burned her skin. She kept it in her apron pocket for 3 days, unable to throw it away. On the 4th morning, she set it on the orphanage threshold, praying it belonged to something she would never see opened. Autumn returned with a hollow chill, the sort that seeped under doors no matter how tightly they were barred. In the evenings the lanterns in Mercy's End guttered low, and then flared bright, as though drawing breath from the dark itself. A tinker riding past one fog-bound dusk claimed he glimpsed all 23 beds occupied at last. He said each child lay beneath a quilt, stitched in the same pattern, small spirals, like a fingerprint, or the haul of a closing eye. He did not stop to look closer. When he reached town, he was shivering too violently to dismount unaided. The story he told reached every ear before sunrise, and by sundown 2 families had packed their wagons and fled without farewell. The rest stayed, unwilling to leave the land of their fathers, though none dared walk that road again. Some losses, they reasoned, were easier to bear when left unnamed. The frost came early that year, swallowing the fields in a skin of white that did not melt, even when the sun hung high. No birds returned to the marsh, and no fox prints marked the drifts. Yet the lanterns in Mercy's End burned on, steady as ever. One night, the bell above the door gave a single toll, so clear and heavy, it woke the village from sleep. Those who heard it said the note carried something more than sound, a weight that pressed against the ribs, as if reminding every mother and father of a debt they had never agreed to owe. The blacksmith's youngest boy, who had not yet learned to speak, was found standing in the snow outside the chapel, barefoot and calm, one hand held out, as though expecting someone to take it. When his father gathered him up, the child whispered his first word into the cold night, waiting. No one ever asked what he meant. By the year's end, it was no longer clear whether the beds in Mercy's End waited for children, or if the children waited for the beds. A peddler passing through claimed he saw a procession in the hour before dawn, small figures moving down the orphanage steps, each carrying something swaddled close to the chest. He watched them cross the road and vanish into the fog that clung to the marsh. At sunrise, he approached the steps and found the door ajar, lanterns guttering low. Inside, the beds were still made, quilts folded with meticulous care, but each pillow bore the impression of a resting head. He backed away without crossing the threshold, certain some bargains did not require witnesses. When he told his tale, the innkeeper only nodded, saying he had once glimpsed the same procession, and had learned then that Mercy's End was not built to shelter the living. It was built to keep something else in. The thaw came late, reluctant as confession. Ice clung to the eaves until April, and when it melted, the water pooled in the road like dark glass. The townsfolk who remained no longer spoke of the orphanage by name, referring to it only as the place on the rise. Yet each dawn, they watched for the lanterns and counted the beds in their minds, as if hoping one morning they might find them finally empty or finally filled. But nothing changed. A schoolmaster who claimed to have traced the building's origins sent letters to every parish in 3 counties. Only one replied, a single scrap of parchment bearing the words, "Consecrated ground, but not for consecrated souls." He burned the letter that night, but the smell of singed milk clung to his hair for days, and each time he closed his eyes, he saw the beds again, lined in solemn rows, waiting for sleepers who had never drawn a first breath. By midsummer, it became clear that no one would ever claim the 23 empty beds. The lanterns burned on, each wick consuming itself in a measured, tireless vigil. One dawn, when the fog hung thick as wool, the town awoke to find the bell above Mercy's End lowered to the threshold, resting upright in the dirt, as though placed there by unseen hands. Its clapper was missing. The matron was never seen again, though some claimed the air around the orphanage door shimmered with a heat that left the tongue tasting of iron. That evening, a midwife who had never set foot beyond her own hearth walked barefoot up the rise, her apron pressed tight to her chest. She was seen placing her palm flat to the door before she vanished into the shadows within. No cry followed, no step echoed, only the steady glow of lanterns, unwavering and eternal, as though 23 breaths held somewhere inside had finally exhaled all at once. By the turn of 1853, the orphanage stood in a hush so complete that even the crows no longer circled above it. Snow had come and gone in thin, reluctant sheets, never staying long enough to soften the hard lines of the roof or bury the narrow path that wound up the rise. Some said it was the matron's absence that kept the frost from taking hold, though others believed she had never truly left, that she had simply passed behind a door no one living would dare to open. In the village below, the old stories ripened into something darker, a superstition too heavy to dismiss outright. Families began marking their doors with chalk sigils borrowed from old funeral rites, symbols meant to keep away any child who did not arrive by natural means. Even the priest, who once claimed that Mercy's End was no more than a place for unwanted souls to be gathered and pitied, no longer spoke its name aloud. He had begun to wake in the small hours, sure he could hear the sound of 23 small breaths rising and falling in perfect unison beneath his floorboards. On a morning in early March, when the frost had finally loosened its grip and the roads gleamed with meltwater, a clerk from the circuit court arrived with a writ, declaring the orphanage abandoned property. He was a young man, thin and careful, with spectacles he polished each time he lost his nerve. He had heard the stories, of course, but told himself that paperwork could not be cursed, that ink and vellum carried no burden heavier than proof of ownership. When he climbed the rise and stood at the threshold, he felt a pressure in the air that made his tongue dry against his teeth. The door stood ajar, a single lantern burning just inside, and as he pushed it open, the quiet struck him like a physical blow. Not the quiet of emptiness, but of something listening. He stepped into the corridor, breath shallow, and turned to face the long hall where the beds stood in 2 neat rows. In that dim light, he saw that each quilt had been drawn down to the footboards, every pillow left bare, and on each mattress lay a small bundle swaddled in dark cloth. For a moment he thought they were dolls, some attempt to frighten away intruders, but as he moved closer, he saw that each bundle was different in shape and weight. One seemed to rise and fall as though with breath, another sagged, leaking a pale fluid that stained the ticking beneath it. He tried to speak, but no words came. The lantern guttered once, then flared bright enough to paint the walls in gold. In that sudden glow, he saw what lay in the farthest bed, something longer than the others, something wrapped so tight it looked almost boneless, and at its end, a small hand protruding from the cloth, fingers curled as though waiting to be held. He fled without sealing the door behind him, the writ clutched to his chest, its ink already beginning to run. After the clerk's flight, the writ he carried vanished into the folds of rumour. Some claimed he buried it beneath the old willow behind the rectory, others that he burned it and scattered the ash across the marsh, in hopes that no one would ever retrieve its words. But the orphanage remained, as still and patient as before, the door left ajar to the damp spring air. In the nights that followed, the lantern inside continued to burn, though no one replenished the wick or trimmed the charred threads. A dairyman's wife, who had once braved the threshold to deliver a basket of bread, claimed she dreamed of the beds each time she closed her eyes. How they lay in their silent rows, each bundle pulsing faintly, not with life, but with a memory too old to fade. She began to wake with the taste of iron on her tongue, and a dull ache in her arms as if she had carried something too heavy for too long. On the third night after the clerk's arrival, the bell that had once hung above the door sounded a single hollow note. It rang just before dawn, so deep it rattled the panes in every cottage window. Those who woke to the sound felt something tug in their chests, as though a cord had been tied between their hearts and that darkened hallway, and for a moment none of them could move. When the toll faded, the village exhaled in ragged unison, but no one dared venture up the rise to see what had caused it. Only the dairyman's wife, her eyes rimmed in bruised shadows, whispered that she knew the truth. "They are not waiting for children," she told her husband, her voice thin as reed grass. "They are waiting for names, names we have all forgotten we gave them." At sunrise, a shepherd found a line of tiny footprints pressed into the thawed earth around the chapel, each one perfectly formed, the size of a child no older than 3. They circled the building twice before vanishing in the direction of Mercy's End, where the door still hung open, the lantern casting its one glow across the threshold. The shepherd refused to follow, though he stood watching for near an hour, convinced he would see a procession emerge from the doorway, 23 small figures, stepping into the dawn to claim the place the village had once promised them. When nothing came, he returned to his flock with his head lowered, knowing he would never again look upon that rise without feeling the weight of 23 unseen eyes watching from behind the glass. That evening, every mother in Grafton checked the locks on their cradles, though none could say why. The thaw gave way to early summer, though the warmth brought no relief from the strange hush that had settled over the rise. The fields struggled under a yellow haze of blight, and the marsh wept brine instead of clear water. Each dawn the lantern in the orphanage burned a little lower, but it never quite died. Travellers who braved the road claimed the bell above the door now glimmered, as if slick with oil, catching what little light the sky offered, and throwing it back in wavering patterns across the path. One such traveller, a miller's son returning from the county fair, swore he saw shadows moving behind the panes. Not the broad silhouette of the matron, but dozens of smaller figures, their heads bowed as if in prayer. When he turned to leave, he felt a pressure on his shoulder, cool and steady, though no hand rested there. It was only after he ran all the way to the village square that he realized his shirt was damp, where that presence had touched him, stained with a faint ring of salt. By mid-June, the old fears had taken root deeper than any crop. No one passed the rise after sunset. Doors were nailed shut with iron tacks. Windows were shrouded in linen steeped in lye, but none of it kept the dreams away. The dairyman's wife, who had first confessed her visions, began to waste under the weight of them. Each morning she woke with the memory of a different child's name on her tongue, names that did not belong to her own children, nor to any she could remember from the parish rolls. She wrote them on scraps of paper, folding each into neat squares she buried in the garden before dawn. Her husband forbade her to speak of it, but he found her one night standing barefoot in the yard, her hands pressed deep into the thaw-soft soil as if searching for something hidden. When he tried to pull her away, she whispered that she had heard them calling again, 23 voices, high and thin, asking only to be remembered. That summer evening, as the sky darkened behind a smear of cloud, the lantern in the orphanage window flared so bright it threw a pool of gold across the grass. Those who glimpsed it said it looked almost like a beacon, though none could say what it hoped to summon. And when dawn broke, The door was closed at last. No footprints marred the path. No sign remained that anyone had ever walked those halls. Only the bell, newly polished and gleaming in the rising light, bore any proof that the watchers within still waited, still counted each breath, each heartbeat, each name that had yet to be spoken aloud. In that hour, every soul in Grafton felt the same chill, a certainty too deep for denial. The orphanage was no longer waiting for children, it was waiting for the rest of them. Summer deepened into a wet, oppressive heat that made the marsh bloom with rot, and drove the village's oldest families to pack wagons before the season was done. Each departure was quiet. No farewells, no declarations, only the slow drift of carts down the rutted lanes at dawn. Those who remained came to an unspoken agreement. They would not speak of Mercy's end, nor of the pale glimmer of its lanterns after dark, but silence is a poor shield. At night, dreams returned to those who tried hardest to forget. Dreams of small bodies, rising one by one from the 23 beds, each carrying something swaddled close, a bundle that shifted with the rhythm of breath. The dairyman's wife did not wake from her final dream. She was found in her narrow bed, with her hands folded over her breast, her mouth filled with salt, as if she had swallowed the sea itself. On the pillow beside her, her husband discovered a scrap of linen, rough homespun, damp at the edges, marked by a single stitched word in a hand too fine to belong to any in Grafton: returned. The burial was swift and mean, a necessity rather than a rite. No hymn was sung, no bell tolled. When the grave was filled, the mourners turned their backs without a word. But the dairyman lingered, one hand pressed to the mound of earth, as if hoping some warmth would answer him. That night, he woke in the dark with the sure knowledge he was not alone. He did not rise to light the lamp. He knew somehow that should he look, he would find the crib in the corner, turned to face the doorway, its quilt folded down, as if in invitation. Instead, he lay still, until dawn painted the walls, a brittle yellow. When at last he forced himself to look, the crib was empty, but the quilt bore the faintest depression, small as a newborn, heavy as a memory. By midsummer, the orphanage doors were seen ajar again, though no footstep disturbed the threshold. Children who ventured too close spoke of a cool draught that tasted of milk turned sour, and of a hush so complete it seemed to press against their eardrums until they ached. A farmer's daughter dared her brother to set one foot inside. He did, and when he turned back, his face was pale as candle wax. He would not speak of what he saw beyond the corridor. He only pressed something small into her palm, a single iron key, cold as fresh dug earth, etched along the shaft with 23 tiny notches. That night, the key vanished from her bedside table, but she dreamed of it resting in a lock she could not see, the wards turning under her hand, as a voice she could not name whispered that all debts must be settled in the end. Autumn arrived, wearing the scent of stale rain and wilted hay, draping the village in a damp melancholy that seemed to seep into the joints of every building. Those who had lingered out of stubbornness or poverty now spoke openly of leaving, of trading ancestral fields for any place whose roads did not end at the rise. But the older folk knew it was too late. They had felt the tether settle around their lives, invisible but unyielding. A seamstress whose cottage window faced the marsh began to spend her nights at her loom, unable to sleep for the dreams that crowded her skull. She wove in the dark, her shuttle tracing the same simple pattern over and over, a line of narrow beds beneath a window with a single lantern burning. When dawn came, she tore the cloth from the frame, convinced she had finally worked the vision free. But each evening she returned to find the same image waiting in the warp, threaded by a hand that was not hers. In mid-October, the bell at Mercy's End rang once more, a single note that carried across the flat fields, as if the marsh itself had opened a mouth to sing. The sound was felt more than heard, a pressure that made even the stoutest hearts skip, and the youngest children wake screaming. When the bell fell silent, the school teacher gathered what few pupils remained, and led them down the village road, leaving the chalkboard behind, covered in a final lesson none of them could recall writing. It was only after she was gone that the priest dared cross the threshold to read it. He found the board covered in names, 23 of them, none matching any child baptized in the parish, and yet each one thrummed in his mind like an echo of something he should have known all along. He tried to copy them into the church ledger, but the ink blurred the moment his pen touched the page, running down his wrist in thin black rivulets that smelled of sour milk. By the time Frost returned, the schoolhouse stood empty, and the chapel pews gathered dust so thick it dulled the gilt of every hymn book. Yet in Mercy's End, the lantern still burned. No one had seen the matron in more than a year, but no one believed she had truly departed. When the merchant's widow, a woman of unimpeachable sense, was found kneeling in her doorway, with her skirt soaked to the hip, she could not say why she'd left her bed. She would only murmur that she'd been called, and that her name, her true name, was among those written in the dark. In the hush that followed, no one challenged her, for in that quiet, each villager felt the same certainty blooming behind the ribs. Some names are not given at birth, but returned at the hour when all debts fall due. Winter came down sudden and hard, sheathing the fields in ice that glistened like old bone. By then, scarcely a dozen families remained in Grafton, bound by pride or resignation to a place that no longer felt theirs. Each evening, the sky bruised to violet, and the lantern in Mercy's End flared, casting a thin blade of gold down the frozen path. None dared approach. Even the parish priest, who had once sworn to offer comfort to any soul within its walls, began locking the chapel doors before dusk. He prayed without conviction, the words catching in his throat, as if snagged on invisible hooks. Some nights, when he closed his eyes, he saw the orphanage hall as clearly as if he stood within it. 23 beds, 23 silent shapes beneath their quilts, each one turned expectantly toward the door. The final week of December brought a stillness so profound, it seemed the whole world held its breath. Snow fell without sound, cloaking every roof in an unbroken shroud. No smoke rose from the chimneys, no bell tolled midnight. On the year's last night, the dairyman, alone since his wife's passing, left his lamp burning in the window, and climbed the rise with nothing but a bundle in his arms. Those who watched from behind shuttered panes did not call after him. They knew there were moments when a man must decide whether to flee or surrender, and none could say which was braver. He did not return by dawn. When at last curiosity overrode caution, a small party made their way up the path. They found the door of Mercy's End standing wide. In the threshold sat the dairyman's bundle, a swaddled shape no larger than a child, its cloth damp and gleaming with a frost that did not melt. No footprints led away from the spot. No lantern glowed within, and though they strained to listen, the watchers heard no breath, no weeping, only the hush of an emptiness so complete it felt alive. By evening, the snow had sealed the rise from view, and the villagers retreated to their houses without a word. They did not speak of what they'd seen, nor of the names that pressed at the edges of memory, insistent and unclaimed. In the months that followed, the thaw came late, and when it finally laid the path bare, the door was closed again, the bell hanging silent. Yet all who remained knew the waiting had not ended. Each night, they dreamed of the 23 beds, the 23 pale shapes turned toward them. Each dawn, they woke tasting salt, a reminder that some debts are neither forgiven nor forgotten, only postponed, until the hour when the lantern is lit for the final time, and the name you had thought safely buried is spoken aloud, soft as lullaby, cold as January air. The spring of 1854 was the last that Grafton County would ever count in a parish ledger, though no one yet knew it. The thaw came slow as confession, leaving the roads glutted with meltwater, and the air heavy with the scent of old straw and distant rot. Those few who remained in the village learned to keep their voices low, as if the marsh itself had grown ears. The schoolhouse doors were barred, the chapel padlocked, and the market square left to weeds that sprouted pale and thin between the cobbles. But every evening, when the sky deepened to that bruised violet no lamp could banish, the lanterns in Mercy's End glimmered back to life. Their light poured down the rise in narrow, unwavering bands that caught in the low fog, and made the air seem threaded with gold. It was in those hours, when the world seemed carved from hush and shadow, that the last faithful souls in Grafton felt the certainty they had all tried to bury, The orphanage had never emptied. It had never truly waited. It had only watched. On the first Sunday after the roads cleared, the priest rose before dawn, his hair uncombed and eyes raw from the dreams he no longer confessed. He dressed without prayer and crossed the frost-slick yard to the chapel. With trembling hands, he drew the bolt and stepped into the nave, where the air lay cold and weightless. The pews looked unchanged, though each cushion was dusted in a fine grey film, like the ash from a fire long burned out. He thought he heard the echo of breathing, small, rhythmic, and he turned his face toward the altar, half expecting to see the 23 beds arranged in solemn ranks before the crucifix. But the shadows held their secrets. He walked to the pulpit and placed his palms against the worn wood, feeling the cold seep into his bones. A single word pressed itself to the back of his throat, though he could not have said whether it was a plea or an accusation. He closed his eyes, and in that moment, he saw the orphanage corridor, saw it as clear as if he had been born there, as if he had always belonged to that silent hall. 23 beds, 23 shapes. One by one, their heads turned toward him. One by one, they whispered the same word in a chorus that sounded like the rush of the marsh in flood. Ours. He woke at dusk, propped against the pulpit, mouth lined with salt. No candles had been lit. No one had come to find him. When he staggered outside, the last glimmer of daylight was caught on the rise, where the orphanage waited with its door cracked, just wide enough to show the low flicker of the lanterns. He did not return to the chapel after that night. Some debts, he knew, were best left unpaid, until no witness remained to count them. 3 days later, the seamstress, the one whose loom had birthed the same image over and over, left her cottage unlocked, and walked barefoot to Mercy's End. The neighbours who watched from shuttered windows said she carried something in her arms, wrapped in a quilt, the colour of old milk. She paused at the threshold, her hair unbound, and turned to look down the hill, as if taking the measure of all she would leave behind. Then she stepped inside, and the door swung shut, as gently as a lullaby. By the next dawn, her house stood empty, the loom silent. On the cottage step, a scrap of cloth remained, the same spiral pattern she had woven so many nights without willing it, now stained in a brown so dark it might have been ink, or something older. When the midwife stooped to lift it, she felt her palms burn, and she let it fall. But in that brief touch, a memory flared of a time before the village had names, before the church had walls, before any mother had dared to hope her child would be born free of the debts. Whispered from the marsh, she did not speak of it. She only turned and walked home with her hands wrapped in linen, as though the touch had left her skin unfit for any other labour. Summer came in a long, low hush. The few children left were kept indoors, though it made little difference. Each morning, their mothers found them standing at the windows, small palms pressed to the glass, eyes fixed on the distant rise where the orphanage sat, lanterns winking in the dawn. No matter how carefully they were watched, no matter how many locks were fastened at dusk, each child woke with the same salt-damp hair, the same quiet smile, and every night, the parents heard them whispering to the dark, soft syllables that held no meaning, or perhaps too much. Once a father crept to the nursery door and listened. He heard his daughter repeating a single name he did not recognize, over and over, her voice as steady as prayer. When he lifted her from her cot, she did not stir, but her small hands were folded tight around something cold and slick, something he dared not unwrap. He carried her back to bed, and tried to forget the way her lips shaped the syllables, even in sleep. By harvest, the marsh had swallowed 2 acres of field. Brine seeped up through the earth, killing what little crop remained. A trader from the next county passed through and found the place so changed he thought he had lost his way. The fields lay in ragged strips of salt and pale weeds. The church doors stood ajar, though no candle burned within, and at the rise the orphanage looked much as it always had, its windows dark behind the steady glow of the lanterns. But something in its posture had shifted, some tilt of the eaves, some hollow in the stones that made it seem less like a house, and more like a mouth, opening. He did not linger. When he reached the next town, He tried to tell what he had seen, but no words came. Instead, he pressed a coin into the barman's hand and drank until the dawn blurred his memory. It was only later, when he reached for the same pocket, that he found a scrap of linen folded tight as a seed. He left it behind in a gutter, though it seemed to follow him in every dream that came after. And still, each dusk, the lanterns kindled in perfect unison, 23 lights holding back the dark in a vigil that no living soul would ever admit to counting. When the first frost came that October, it did not creep in soft along the eaves, or frost the panes in delicate flowers. It arrived all at once, a hard skin of ice that settled over every roof and furrow in the parish like a shroud. Even the marsh fell silent, its waters sealed beneath a layer of brittle glass. The few families who had not yet fled drew close to their hearths, speaking little, tending to their own slow unravelling. By then, every house in Grafton had known some visitation. An unlatched door, a line of small footprints across the floor, the sour sweet drift of air that left the tongue tasting of salt and milk. The children woke each morning with stories of dreams they could not fully recall, of rooms lined in narrow beds and voices that coaxed them to rise. The priest no longer offered comfort, for he had ceased to believe any was owed. In the weeks since the first frost, he had taken to sleeping in the vestry, as though the thin walls of the chapel could shelter him from the summons that threaded his name through every hush. Some evenings he managed to keep the memory of that corridor at bay, but on others, he woke certain that he had been walking in his sleep, his hands raw from pressing against the warped wood of Mercy's End. Once he found a scrap of cloth tucked beneath his pillow, coarse homespun, stiff with salt, stitched with the same spiral pattern he had glimpsed in the seamstress's loom. He burned it in the chapel brazier, but the scent clung to the air for days, a sour tang that made the congregation lower their eyes when he passed. No one asked him what it meant. They all knew that some knowledge, once spoken, will never leave the tongue clean again. It was in those dwindling weeks of autumn that the matron was seen once more. A farmer's boy sent to gather wood along the marsh claimed he glimpsed her standing behind the orphanage door, her hand resting lightly on the lintel, her head bowed as though listening for something beneath the floor. He said she turned toward him when she felt his gaze, though her face lay in shadow. For a moment he thought she might step across the threshold. Instead she lifted her arm, the long sleeve falling back to show a wrist as thin as twine, and with one finger she tapped the door 3 times. The sound echoed across the yard in a hollow cadence that made the boy's throat close. He dropped his bundle of sticks and fled without looking back. When he told his father what he'd seen, the man cuffed him silent. But that night, he locked every door in the house and set iron tacks along the sill, muttering the old prayers his grandmother had taught him, verses meant to keep the unborn from crossing into the world of breath. The next dawn, the marsh had risen another yard, swallowing the last of the potato field. Where the boy's tracks had led to the orphanage path, only water remained, dark as split ink. And in that hush before the sun crested the hills, the villagers swore they heard the bell above Mercy's End toll once, a sound not of iron striking iron, but of something softer, more final, as though a cradle had been rocked to stillness at last. Through the dark months that followed, the lanterns never wavered. Each evening they flared to life in perfect measure, 23 lights shining out across the frost-bound fields. Mothers drew their children near when dusk came on, pressing small hands to their lips, as though silence might keep them safe from names they had never dared to speak aloud. But silence could no longer hold the debt at bay. When the first snow arrived, a seamstress who had outlived husband and child alike rose from her bed before dawn. She washed her hair, dressed in her wedding gown, and climbed the rise with a bundle cradled against her chest. Those who glimpsed her from their windows said she paused at the orphanage door, her face turned up to the bell as though waiting for some acknowledgement. And when none came, she stepped inside and vanished from sight. The door swung shut behind her with a gentleness that felt rehearsed. By noon snow had buried every trace of her passing, save for the trail of prints that ended at the threshold. Small footprints, bare and perfect, too many to count. That evening, when the lanterns flared, Their light seemed warmer, almost tender, as though the house had taken her in and found some measure of satisfaction in her surrender. In the hush that followed, the last families who had clung to Grafton's desolate soil began their preparations to leave, not out of hope, nor out of fear, but because at last they understood what the orphanage had always demanded. Not pity, not prayer, only witness, only the quiet assurance that someone would stand at the edge of the road to see the lanterns burn, to mark the hour when each breath went still, and each name was returned to the dark from which it had first been borrowed. And so the fields emptied. The church locked its doors for the final time, and Mercy's End remained, its windows dark, its bells silent, its patient light unwavering as the marsh crept closer with each uncounted dawn. The winter of 1855 arrived so suddenly, it seemed no season had passed between the last thaw and the first frost. Snow lay in a heavy pelt across the land, muffling what little remained of the village. By then, scarcely 4 families lingered in Grafton, and even they kept to their cottages, as if the world beyond the threshold had been ceded to other claimants. The marsh lay flat and motionless, under a rind of black ice, but each night, the lanterns in Mercy's End kindled their steady vigil. 23 flames glimmered in the darkness, unwavering and familiar as the ache that had settled in every chest for as long as anyone could remember. It was not grief exactly that bound them to the site, nor dread. It was something older, an understanding that no birth, no death, no whispered prayer could ever cut the tether between that narrow house and the names unspoken within it. In those months, no child was born in Grafton. The last midwife locked her ledger and left for the coast, her cart heaped with linens she dared not leave behind. The priest no longer led services, for none remained to attend them. Some nights, he stood at the chapel door and watched the lanterns burn, counting each light against the number etched behind his eyes. Each dawn he woke with the taste of brine on his tongue, as if he had swallowed the breath of some unseen tide. On the coldest mornings, he thought he heard the bell toll from the rise, but no sound stirred the air. He did not question the silence. Silence had become the only surety in a parish that had forgotten all other certainties. One night, when the sky lay low and starless, a storm rose from the east, shearing shingles from the chapel roof and splintering the fence posts along the old road. The gale howled across the marsh and up the orphanage slope, but the lanterns did not waver, not even when the wind struck the house in a blast that rattled every shutter and drove the last crows from their roosts. In the lull that followed, a single shape appeared in the doorway, tall and narrow, swathed in black from crown to heel. The figure stood motionless as the gale subsided, one pale hand resting on the jamb. Some swore it was the matron returned at last, come to see her wards to whatever rest they had earned. Others whispered it was no woman at all, but a memory made flesh, risen to claim the house as its own. None ventured close enough to learn which was true. At dawn the shape was gone. The door stood open, though no snow had drifted across the threshold. One by one, the villagers came to the rise, not out of curiosity, but because no pretense remained that any life here was untouched by the orphanage. They paused at the foot of the steps, heads bowed as if greeting something they had known in infancy, but forgotten until this hour. No word passed among them. They did not need to speak to agree that the waiting had ended. What lingered in that house was no longer promise nor threat. It was simply presence, a quiet occupation of space and time, a claim that did not require acknowledgement to endure. It was the priest who first stepped across the sill. He did not carry his stole or his book. He did not cross himself. He only placed one hand to the lintel and bowed his head. Inside, the air lay heavy with the scent of milk and salt, so thick it clung to the lungs like a benediction. The hall stretched away in a hush so absolute he thought, for a moment he had gone deaf. But as his eyes adjusted, he saw them, the beds, each turned down with the same precise care as the night the orphanage first opened its doors. 23 iron frames, 23 narrow quilts folded to the footboards, and on each pillow, a small depression, as though a head had rested there moments before. He crossed the hall in slow, measured steps, unable to look away from the farthest bed. Even before he reached it, he knew what he would find. A single bundle, swaddled in pale cloth, smaller than any newborn he had ever blessed. He reached out with both hands, though his heart bucked in his throat, and lifted it from the mattress. It weighed nothing. It weighed everything. As he unwrapped the folds of linen, a sound rose in the room, a chorus of breaths drawn in perfect unison, soft and hollow, like the hush that falls when the last candle gutters. He looked down, and saw only emptiness. No limb, no face, no flesh, just the shape of something that had waited so long. It no longer needed form to be real. He did not weep. He did not pray. He drew the cloth closed again, and pressed it to his chest, understanding at last that the orphanage had never belonged to the living, nor to the dead. It belonged to the unmade, the unnamed, the unremembered. It belonged to all the children who had never drawn breath, and all the parents who had never dared to speak their loss aloud. It was cradle and grave, promise and reprieve. It was mercy's end, and its vigil would outlast every soul who still thought to measure time by sunrise and bell toll. When the priest stepped back onto the threshold, the wind rose once more, carrying the taste of salt and the hush of lullabies no mother could claim. He closed the door behind him with both hands, and in that instant, every lantern guttered to darkness as though the house had exhaled, satisfied at last. The villagers turned without speaking, and walked down the rise. No one marked the hour, no one dared look back. By the time the thaw came, the orphanage windows were blind with dust. No light flickered behind them again. But when the wind fell still in the small hours before dawn, some claimed they could still see 23 shapes in the dark, small forms laid in perfect rows, waiting for the names the world would never again be brave enough to speak. If you've made it this far, you already know, some houses are never emptied. They are only forgotten until their shadows grow long enough to touch us again. Mercy's End was never built for the living, nor the dead. It was a threshold drawn in brick, and frost, and quiet. A place to hold all the names no ledger dared record. The matron who never aged, the lanterns that burned without flame, the 23 narrow beds prepared for children who were never meant to arrive. Year after year, generation after generation, the orphanage waited with its door ajar, a silent invitation for any soul who had ever left something behind, a memory unspoken, a grief unclaimed, a promise broken before it could become a blessing. And when the last voices fell silent in Grafton, when the roads vanished under marsh and snow, Mercy's End remained, not as a ruin, not as a legend, but as a quiet certainty that there are debts deeper than blood, older than prayer, more patient than any vow we think will save us. So if you wake one night and feel a hush in the room, a hush that tastes of salt and lullabies, do not look to your cradle or your door, do not call out, and above all do not count the breaths that are not yours, because some names were never meant to be spoken again, some cradles were never meant to be filled, and some houses are waiting still, lanterns lit, beds turned down, watching for the hour when you remember that you were always expected. Thank you for keeping vigil with us. If this story left you uneasy or wondering, tell us below, what do you think Mercy's End was waiting for, and how long would you have dared to watch the lights?